access on.
In today's competitive marketplace, to continuously delight your customers and increase your profitability, you need to sense changing market trends to respond quickly to fluctuating demand. Need a way to collect and manage the endless streams of data coming into your organization? Arkiva
Sachin.
Demand Planner seamlessly connects to your ERP and CRM systems, finds anomalies, and automatically resolves data issues using machine learning technology. Easily segment your customers and products by volume and revenue. Discover your most profitable products or customers. Identify volatility in your demand and highlight exceptions. Our leading-edge machine learning technology will take your naive spreadsheet forecast to new heights. Arkiva's machine learning engine is self-training and improves with each forecasting cycle, continuously healing forecasting errors, providing the best possible forecast outcome. Demand Planner also comes with built-in supply chain metrics that help measure the accuracy of your forecast. Arkiva's Lifecycle Manager tool helps you introduce new products seamlessly, even products not created in your ERP system. It will also apply growth strategies to generate forecasts for new products while discontinuing older ones. Lifecycle Manager will help you discover products that have not sold recently and easily realign products, customers, and locations that are in transition. And what good are all these tools without the ability to communicate with your teams? Arkiva's collaborative platform enables sales, marketing, and other stakeholders to provide real-time market intelligence, fostering a harmonized demand planning process. Quickly and easily track inputs from disparate user groups, work offline or online using Excel collaboration add-ins, and track forecast value add of each input using the information to consolidate forecasts and generate the best possible demand plan. To learn more about Arkiva Demand Planner, request a demo today. In today's competitive marketplace, to continuously delight your customers and increase your profitability, you need to sense changing market trends to respond quickly to fluctuating demand. Need a way to collect and manage the endless streams of data coming into your organization? Arkiva Demand Planner seamlessly connects to your ERP and CRM systems, finds anomalies, and automatically resolves data issues using machine learning technology. Easily segment your customers and products by volume and revenue. Discover your most profitable products or customers. Identify volatility in your demand and highlight exceptions. Our leading-edge machine learning technology will take your naive spreadsheet forecast to new heights. Arkiva's machine learning engine is self-training and improves with each forecasting cycle, continuously healing forecasting errors, providing the best possible forecast outcome. Demand Planner also comes with built-in supply chain metrics that help measure the accuracy of your forecast. Arkiva's Lifecycle Manager tool helps you introduce new products seamlessly, even products not created in your ERP system. It will also apply growth strategies to generate forecasts for new products while discontinuing older ones. Lifecycle Manager will help you discover products that have not sold recently and easily realign products, customers, and locations that are in transition. And what good are all these tools without the ability to communicate with your teams? Arkiva's collaborative platform enables sales, marketing, and other stakeholders to provide real-time market intelligence, fostering a harmonized demand planning process. Quickly and easily track inputs from using Excel collaboration add-ins, and track forecast value add of each input using the information to consolidate forecasts and generate the best possible demand plan. To learn more about Arkiva Demand Planner, request a demo today. In today's competitive marketplace, to continuously delight your customers and increase your profitability, you need to sense changing market trends to respond quickly to fluctuating demand. Need a way to collect and manage the endless streams of data coming into your organization? Arkiva Demand Planner seamlessly connects to your ERP and CRM systems, finds anomalies, and automatically resolves data issues using machine learning technology. Easily segment your customers and products by volume and revenue. Discover your most profitable products or customers. Identify volatility in your demand and highlight exceptions. Our leading-edge machine learning technology will take your naive spreadsheet forecast to new heights. Arkiva's machine learning engine is self-training and improves with each forecasting cycle, continuously healing forecasting errors, providing the best possible forecast outcome. Demand Planner also comes with built-in supply chain metrics that help measure the accuracy of your forecast. Arkiva's Lifecycle Manager tool helps you introduce new products seamlessly, even products not created in your ERP system. It will also apply growth strategies to generate forecasts for new products while discontinuing older ones. Lifecycle Manager will help you discover products that have not sold recently and easily realign products, customers, and locations that are in transition. And what good are all these tools without the ability to communicate with your teams? Arkiva's collaborative platform enables sales, marketing, and other stakeholders to provide real-time market intelligence, fostering a harmonized demand planning process. Quickly and easily track inputs from disparate user groups, work offline or online using Excel collaboration add-ins, and track forecast value add of each input using the information to consolidate forecasts and generate the best possible demand plan. To learn more about Arkiva Demand Planner, request a demo today.
Good afternoon, industry leaders. It is our pleasure to welcome everyone to the 39th Inflection Supply Chain Web Conference and Awards, Mumbai 2021, presented by Arkiva, endorsed by CSCMP and SIM, and organized by Alden Global Value Advisors. I am Namrata Kumaya from Team Alden Global Value Advisors and will be the host for the day. Inflection is a series of web and physical conferences and awards across Delhi, Mumbai, and Bangalore. Today, we are joined by top supply chain leaders of India to make this webinar an exciting communication platform for sharing best practices, roadmap to the future, and innovative supply chain technology solutions. We thank our title sponsor, Arkiva. Arkiva is more than a supply chain software technology company. They are a team of dedicated supply chain consultants helping global and national manufacturers transform supply chain complexities into competitive advantage, one supply chain link at a time. With over 18,000 users worldwide using Arkiva and 250 unique applications, the Arkiva supply chain planning software suite offers a robust solution supporting a full range of needs for sales and operations planning. Our gold sponsor, MATLabs. MATLabs developed MATVerse, the world's fastest and most accurate demand forecasting engine in 2021 to provide fully automated, highly accurate, and highly granular demand forecasting solutions to FMCG pharma companies using the world's fastest proprietary AutoML tech to operate at scale. MATLabs is able to rapidly develop and deploy supply chain solutions by using an AI-first approach. Today, MATLabs helps Fortune 500 companies with predictions that are real time and 100 much faster than traditional methods. Our panel sponsor ARK Supply Chain Solutions. ARK Supply Chain Solutions Private Limited caters to a wide spectrum of industries and domains for specialized supply chain services. Being in a mission critical service industry, they design systems and processes around your wish list and monitors operations to the last detail, ensuring an agile and lean supply chain for your brand. Operating in the value space, ARK Supply Chain Solutions Private Limited comprise a rich talent pool to cater to key industry verticals. Our panel sponsor Moglix. Moglix is an Asia-based B2B commerce company specializing in the procurement of B2B industrial products. They provide digital procurement and supply chain solutions across industries as well as making it tax compliant. They are 880 plus strong and headquartered in Singapore with a robust warehouse and logistics network providing procurement services across India, Europe, UK, and UAE. The conference theme is Rethinking Supply Chain Cost Center to a Value Driver. Today, 150 plus CXOs and more than 350 plus attendees have registered to gain insights from top leaders. Let's start the conference by interesting lead talk by Rahul Vishwakarma, CEO and co-founder of Math Labs, on how AI will improve supply chain responsiveness.
Hi, Namrata. Thank you so much. All right. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Alden, for having me here. Let me quickly share my screen. All right. Namrata, please give me a feedback if you can see my screen.
Yeah, it is visible.
Awesome. All right. Cool. So good afternoon, everyone. Hope everyone is doing well. Their families are keeping well, and their jobs are also okay. So today I would like to kind of just talk around how machine learning and AI is changing the entire supply chain landscape itself, right? I was looking at the ad that was being run by Arkiva a couple of minutes ago, and there are a couple of things that were being talked about, and there are many things across the industry that are being talked about. But before I go further, let me quickly introduce myself. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Mate Labs, where we are helping large FMCG companies with accurate demand forecasting. Me, along with my co-founder Kailash, have almost a decade worth of experience in machine learning, deep learning, natural language processing, and data science. We were one of the first ones to start working on this technology in the country. Have contributed to some of the open source framework, and have helped companies since our college days itself. In last 3 to 4 years, we have helped numerous companies and helped them improve their supply chain efficiency by either improving their demand planning accuracy or by helping them optimize their inventory and many other things, right? Now, one of the most common myth around before people start talking about AI and any business vertical or function is that you need to be a data scientist. You need to start learning how to code. You need to understand these algorithms in detail to really understand what is happening. Also, a common running myth that a lot of these models are black box, and you can't really tell how exactly a model is really predicting. It's more like a sorcery than maths. So all of these things usually come into picture when something is kind of hyped up enough and kind of becomes a folklore, right? But there is a lot of substance to this myth as well. And one of the places where we experienced this was last year when COVID had hit. So another play, and this is why I wanted to pick this case study today to kind of really show what machine learning was able to do during COVID and help companies rapidly adopt and adapt to the changing scenarios and landscape as well, right? And then I'd like to talk about one more use case, which is around inventory optimization, but something which also is not has not been solved yet. So a quick rundown on the numbers. It's been almost 75. I mean, 1 year since we have been seeing this thing. Seeing the pandemic being affecting the international supply chain, our lives, and everything around us as well that we know, right? 57% noted longer lead times because of a higher dependency on China, which also created and opened up a lot of opportunities to India and Indian manufacturers as well, right? Uh, in the start and in the mid of the by the end of the first wave, 44% of the companies didn't really have any means of to deal with the pandemic, or to really understand how to do it, especially when a lot of planning was relied on one-to-one communication, be it with sales person going and talking to retailers one-to-one and doing that. Now with pandemic, it was absolutely impossible to really do it that way. How would you really plan it? uh, uh, there is this one use case that I'll be talking in my future slides, in my slides ahead, which is around how we were able to kind of predict the demand for hand sanitizer for one of our customers, where they couldn't really do the planning in the traditional way, right? What we anticipated were how companies need to take certain decisions in terms of investing and removing everything around it as well, right? How exactly the bullwhip effect is going to come into picture. We started seeing faster adoption towards AI and automation. Retail digitization was something that was being called for time and again, right? People wanted to move away from decentralized to a more centralized planning as well, right? Now, as I was saying, the three use cases that I want to discuss was AI-driven demand forecast, which basically not just is just a fancy thing to adopt because it is hype, but also because it really prepared companies which were able to adopt it in time. To be able to kind of run it and respond to any such volatility as well. We also want to discuss, I'd like to also discuss around SLOB and inventory planning as well. SLOB, I understand, due to such volatility, companies didn't want to run out on any opportunities if you were working around essential products, and which is where a lot of companies kind of ended up creating a ton of SLOB as well. How would you identify and how would you really do anything around it? And then scenario modeling as well. Now, our customers, and please don't take this as a sales pitch, but I have only case studies that I have worked on. Our customers have experienced almost a 15% increase in forecasting accuracy, which is usually measured from the plan numbers, right? They have also experienced almost 30% more or lesser responsiveness and higher agility in their supply chain, in their planning activities, because they were able to kind of cut down on their planning times by jumping a few steps in the entire planning process and moving directly into the consensus rather than collecting data from various sources. Now, this is one use case that I'd like to pick right here itself, which is around the COVID forecasting itself. As you could see, until January, February, this is hand sanitizer product. Of course, the numbers have been masked here. Hand sanitizer product, which usually is, say, somewhere around, if this is my 50 line, then this, what you're seeing, I'm sorry. Yeah. So this, what you're seeing, was actually 85% more than what was the sale before. Jump like this, and this is just 1 month jump, right? A jump like this was something that was not anticipated, and you could never anticipate, even if you could have gone ahead with a consensus or an aggregated or sales-led planning, because no one, even the retailers, couldn't understand. Now, how we were able to kind of do it is by capturing various demand drivers that is there. And this is not the external data, these are the internal data, and also the numbers, historical numbers that are present already in it, right? There are many events which we don't realize as supply chain executives, which can really help us anticipate such large events as well. In this particular scenario, the product was growing or was growing 2 to 3% annually, and suddenly it started growing 80% plus, 100% plus on a month-on-month basis. How would you plan for capacity if you don't even know this is the kind of growth that you need to expect? Another thing that I'd like to, and also looking at the time that we have, another thing that I'd like to discuss, and which is also solvable, which was considered a little more difficult to really anticipate, is also around SLOB. Now, SLOB stands for slow moving and obsolete inventory, where it usually comes from inefficient or unoptimized safety stock norm, new product launches, and events like COVID, where we don't know how much to produce for. We end up producing in higher numbers and ended up creating inventory which is now sitting idle in my warehouses. What we were able to create was to bifurcate this use case into two pieces. One, to create an alarm, which is more like a propensity use case, propensity identification. Another, which is quantity prediction, basically identifying how much quantity of this particular batch of this particular SKU at this particular location will be turning into slow moving and obsolete inventory, is something that we were able to come up with, and again from the historical inventory data as well, right? Of course, this was done with our proprietary technology around machine learning. Yeah, this was done using our proprietary technology by using classification and regression approaches, which includes various demand drivers, also includes demand forecasting as one of its inputs as well. One of the case studies again here, we were able to achieve 76% accuracy in propensity and 65% accuracy in identifying quantity. Now, these are actual numbers and not hyped up numbers, measured at the most granular number, SKU location accuracy, which is something that needs to be measured, and also rather than looking at national accuracy, aggregating the errors, which doesn't usually help us out as well. So we were able to basically help one of our customers out by helping them save literally over 100 crores on an annual basis. And this is a direct actionable insight that we were able to provide within a month of solutioning. That is it from my side, keeping the time in check. I'd like to open it up for questions if there are any.
Yeah, Rahul, we have some engaging questions. So first question is from Vijay Srivastava. He's asking how MateLabs is using AI for customer supply chain. Please share an example.
So demand forecasting, SLOB identification, inventory norm, inventory optimization, generating inventory plan, all of these uses machine learning. How we are using is by leveraging our AutoML technology that we had created, and it took us almost 4 years to develop it. This technology has been recognized by Google as the world's fastest AutoML technology, and also one of the reasons why we were recognized as the best AI startup out of the APAC region by Google again, and represented India in 2019. How we use this is basically, rather than relying on data scientists, we basically are able to automate these modeling techniques and deploy these things at scale.
Okay. The second question from Sushant Sharma, he's asking how can AI change the game in the supply chain?
AI has the capability to cut down the response time today from almost 3 weeks to 6 weeks to literally under a week, or even under 3 days as well. And this is cutting down time from not just at the warehouse to retailer level, but from the supplier to retailer level, actually, by automating the entire supply chain itself.
Okay. That's it, Rahul. We have more questions. We will give you the chat link. You can answer the questions.
Absolutely.
Over there.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rahul, for this wonderful lead talk. Now, I would like to start with the first panel discussion of the day. The topic of the panel is new supply chain strategies, thriving in a world of uncertain customer demand and material supply. Here I call moderator Mr. Sandeep Anand from Alden Global, Abby Thomas from Kellogg's, Shrey Sharan from Mondelez, Shaunik Goyal from Bajaj Consumer Care, Neha Parekh from Godrej Consumer Care, Samrat Ghosh from Western Group, K. Udyan Kohli from Hyphen Foods, Nakul Tilak from Arkiva, Rahul Vishwakarma from Math Labs, Santa Kumar from Arc India.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sandeep. I will request everyone on the panel to open their videos. Thanks, Namrata, for the introduction. I've got some detailed introduction of Nakul from Arikeva. Nakul started his career in Arikeva in July 14, joining the consulting team. He works in Arikeva India's office. His work experience includes a brief stint in brakes manufacturing company, followed by consulting experience in service parts planning, services and operation analytics. In Arikeva, he has been implementing demand and inventory planning solutions for clients. He's an MBA and a Bachelor of Engineering, has done certification data analytics, supply chain fundamental, SCM, EXC. I also have a detailed brief about Rahul Vishwakarma from Mate Labs. He's a co-founder and CEO of Mate Labs with over 6 years of experience in the industry. He's responsible for Mate Labs' vision and strategic direction. He has been supporting the AI ecosystem since his university days. Multiple companies have consulted. Rahul periodically helps integrated AI and ML into their products along with his friend and co-founder Kailash. He founded this. He has also contributed to multiple open source projects, including deep learning frameworks. Rahul's vision is to make MedLab the first company to build automated engines for end-to-end entire supply chain management. I also have a detailed brief about. Welcome, Rahul. I also have a detailed brief about Santa Kumar. Santa Kumar from ARK India has nearly 2 decades of experience in supply chain. Mr. Kumar has received various awards, including Excellence in Supply Chain Management. Before he became part of ARK, he was associated with different organizations like Cafe Coffee Day, Amara Raza Batteries, and more. He has even undertaken several in-house trainings on ISO 9001, internal audit training, TUV Six Sigma projects, and many others. His strengths lie in interpersonal skills, effective communication. He's good at cross-functional activities, conducting stock reconciliation, receivables management, sales administration. He is also good at developing and implementing policy system and processes. At ARK, Santa has handled some key assignments like implementation of SAP 5S techniques and establishing hub and spoke model. So I only have 3 detailed introduction, and rest Namrata has already introduced. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies, for being on the panel. I request all of you to open your videos. I can't see Udayan still. Yeah, thank you, Udayan. So all the panelists have opened their video, and what a topic to start this, panel sessions. New supply chain strategies. You all have, fought back resiliently to all the disruptions, and we know in the last 1.5 years, all of you have been tested, and you came out with flying colors. So this is a world of thriving uncertainty and demand and material supply uncertainty. So it has been a big challenge for all of you, I understand, and all the audience here, the top supply chain leaders who are in the audience and the supply chain professionals who are in the audience, would like to hear more from you on your success stories, on examples, on benchmarking, and what you have done to be successful, and what are your future roadmaps. So starting the discussion, I will straight away go to the question one to Sham from Procter & Gamble. Yeah. Hi, Sham. This question is for you. How are you preparing your supply chain to thrive in uncertainty?
Yeah, hi, Sandeep. First of all, it's always pleasure to talk on supply chain, and particularly topic like uncertainty in demand, which we face day in and day out. I think it's always a pleasure. So today, uncertainty in demand has become a certainty, right? And last couple of years are just an example for that. And as one of the top consulting company recently also has quoted that future CEOs would be coming from supply chain background for the very fact that there would be an uncertainty in demand, and it's going to be there. So how do we manage the supplies and ensure that business is on track? So for that very reason, I think business would also will be looking for professionals like us who would be managing these scenarios. If we understand like why there is uncertainty in demand these days, why it's been continuously increasing, it's for the very reason, for internal reasons. Today, companies have been, all the product organizations have aspirational growth targets. They are looking for very high growth targets. They are looking for innovative channels, and again, a very innovative marketing campaigns, etc. So for that aspirational, trajectories, I think it's the supply chain professionals who have to plug in the right demand, plug in the right capacities, plan for right materials, and ensure that those aspirations are met. And if you see externally also, there are a lot of changes in the go-to-market strategies. Like it's not just the online thing. We have offline, online, and again, there are a lot of various channels coming up, a lot of innovative channels where you can multiply your sales by 2x, 1.2x, etc., and which are increasing. So with those kind of channels, different channels coming up, and different competitors, again, different brand stories. So the external market is getting lot tougher. So for that very reason, so there this uncertainty in demand, whether due to internal reasons or for the external market conditions, is going to be there. So how do we manage is the critical story. And for us, it is to manage this phenomenon. We may plug it into three areas, three domains. How do we ensure that this translates into people strategy, the culture? How do you ensure that culture supports this managing this uncertainty? And next is, how do you make your process robust, right? And then what additional tools, like Rahul said, etc., what innovative tools like AI, machine learning, what are you going to adopt to make this happen real time?
Sandeep, you're on mute.
Sorry, absolutely. The culture, process, and technology are the right combination to take any transformation journey forward and make a supply chain a success. Thank you. And moving on to the next question in this league is how to improve real-time visibility that reduces the supply network risk. All of the leaders struggle with the supply network risk. Their own supply chain is under control, but when they move out of their supply chain to their suppliers supply chain, or to their transporter or 3PL supply chain or warehousing supply chain, somewhere the controls are diluted. So this has been a big supply chain question for all of you. So I will give this opportunity to Nakul from Arikeva to start this dialogue.
Yeah, thank you, Sandeep, and good afternoon to everyone. So before I start talking about how to improve the real-time visibility in the supply chain network, let me just brief on what real-time visibility is for our audience. So real-time visibility is gaining insights or information or being aware of your product status right from the moment you order till your product is delivered. So everyone uses the so real life examples are where we use our Swiggy apps, Amazon apps to track the status of our orders, where we get from the moment you order your product till the shipment is out for delivery, so that the user who is buying that product can plan his day, whether he wants to get it delivered at his house or leave it at the security, etc. So that is where the customer enhancement comes in, customer experience comes into picture. Now, coming to the main question of how to improve real-time visibility, I would like to talk on two very important aspects. One is building an automated data structure. So there needs to be a system which can extract then clean that data, which is very important because as the adage goes, garbage in, garbage out. So to give the correct visibility into your supply chain data, you need to have a clean data and then load that data from different systems like your ERP, CRM into a centralized database, which then can be used for further processing. Now, I would like to talk what Archiva as a solution provides in this scenario is where we have our own anomaly detection component, which helps in identifying various discrepancies in your input data, which comes from say SAP, Oracle, or Salesforce or whatever simple Excel sheets which are distributed amongst different stakeholders in the supply chain planning. So the anomaly detection helps in cleansing that data and then loading into a centralized database. Second very important aspect is having a customer focused approach. So any system should be built right from the design phase to have by keeping customer in mind. If so Archiva goes by the philosophy that if customer is successful, then we are successful. So for us, customer success is what drives us. So for example, seamless payment experience or having a user-friendly UI. So all this builds the customer experience and helps in building trust and then customer loyalty. And Archiva has some businesses which are in 20 years in business with us. So that proves how much customer-centric approach our solutions have. One case study which I would like to share is with one of our clients who is in the industrial plastic pipes business. So I'll tell you how Archiva helped them improve their supply chain visibility. So we implemented a network mapping component, which is one of the part of our entire sales and operations planning suite. So the three essential things what that component did is it computed the asset requirement for their business. It optimized the fleet for their business, and then it provides a powerful map visual which tells them the inventory data of their plants, their distribution centers, and their routes and fleets, etc. So over a year, when we had benchmarked their metrics and when we compared the metrics after a year, the achievements were 30 to 35% decrease in inventory, and the underutilization of asset, which was about 6 to 7%, came down to 2.5%. So these were very tangible benefits which we achieved, and intangible benefits were the visibility in their supply chain, which was lacking before. So I would say that a marriage of technology and a customer-centric approach has helped us achieve these tangible and intangible benefits with several of our clients.
Absolutely, Nakul.
Thank you.
We also do a lot of consulting in supply chain, and the data, data on one function and data with the other function, a lot of legs are changed. So supply chain sheet version 1.1,
Yes.
1.2, and somebody's using the wrong version and the whole planning goes haywire, and somebody crops up in the SNOP meeting. No, this is not the right sheet.
Correct.
So,
a unified platform is what we aim for, where everyone comes on the same platform and has access to real time and the correct data.
Actually, single version of truth is very important in supply chain. Sure, we'll hear more from you on this. Now I reach out to Shaunik. Shaunik, I'm talking on the question number 2, how to improve real-time visibility that reduces the supply chain network risk. Would you like to add to what Nakul was saying?
Yeah, so Nakul, thank you for taking us through. And Sandeep, glad to see you. I think after probably a decade, I think last we saw each other in GSK. So
hi, Shaunik.
Yeah, actually great to. In fact, you were the one who trained me on on Six Sigma, on Lean. So I am lucky to have that training from you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
So I think what happened for us typically, we just launched SAP, which of course helped us to gave real-time visibility to people, to the depot teams with respect to what material is in transit, what finished goods are in transit, to the production team, visibility on what raw materials and packaging materials are in transit, when are they likely to hit the factory, and so on and so forth. So basically, typically post-COVID, the information flow, the real-time visibility has become very, very important, right? Not that it was not important pre-COVID, but it has become more and more important because a lot of companies have now focused on lean inventories. The customer demand is erratic, right? For us, typically for Bajaj Consumer Care, initial part of COVID, large packs did really well, and then subsequently smaller packs started doing well. So the customer demand is erratic. We are working on lean inventories. So hence, real-time information flow is very, very important. Couple of things that we have done is that we've enabled the GPS. We've onboarded GPS enabled vehicles, and the transporters float MISs to us on a daily basis, which we in turn float to the depot teams, making them aware of where the stocks are, when are they going to connect, to ensure that they make space available. We also give real-time visibility to the sales team, right, about how much was their requirement, how much they've sold, and how much is balance, and how much is the stock available, how much is in transit, what are the connectivity dates, right? Another thing is that we have also started putting a lot of focus on day-wise production schedule and bringing raw material and packaging material into the factories as per that day-wise production schedule. That has enabled us to save a lot of working capital. In fact, our working capital has reduced by about 40%. Right. So point is that there are methods for real-time visibility in terms of systemic accesses. It's important that we share the right data. SAP has enabled us to remove a lot of garbage, which the earlier ERP system was having, right? GPS enabled vehicles have also helped us to give real-time information to the sales team. We have also crystallized our reports from SAP so that we give the right data, right inputs to the concerned people, so that they can see the summarized version of a particular thing, right? All in all, as far as material flow is concerned, I think information flow is also very, very important nowadays, right? And we have to work towards that we give the correct data, the required data, to the required stakeholders, right? Lot of times we give a lot of Excel files and all. I think we need to look at more customization, more standardization of data. That's what we have done over a period of last 1 year in Bajaj Consumer Care, and that's worked a lot in our favor.
Actually, the biggest win of supply chain is to connect the sales plan with the production plan.
Exactly.
And with the transportation plan. I think
exactly,
if you are able to do that, I think a great insight, Sean.
The fact is, we were earlier on a monthly SNOP. Today we are on a fortnightly SNOP.
Amazing.
Just to ensure that we produce typically for fulfilling our sales demand.
Absolutely.
So that has led to reduction of a lot of wastage. Everybody is clear. This particular product is going to be produced in this particular day on this particular week. This is the time when this product is going to connect to the distribution centers, to the market. Everybody is clear at the start of the month. Everybody is clear. Then on the 15th of the month, post week 2 closing, we again get into a discussion. We have another SNOP round, and we fine tune the plan for the next 15 days as well as for the subsequent month.
Absolutely.
So that's the way the information flow is changing, and that's the way I think gone are those times when we would do a monthly SNOP and N+2 plan would roll out. I think gone are those days. I think it's far more faster nowadays.
Actually, it's very important to do the deeper cuts as we go forward.
Yeah,
I'm sure the system like Nakul is here, so Arikeva like system who are able to connect end-to-end supply chain network and planning are the way forward. And some of the successful organizations have already implemented that. We see across companies. Yes.
Yes.
So
we are also using a tool from Click, which is an AI-enabled tool, which is analyzing our data month on month and giving us some value insights. What did we sell in the same quarter last year? What is the seasonal impact with respect to some of the SKUs? What's the impact of offer packs? Right. So all those insights are coming to us through a software called Click. We are using that, and more and more customization with respect to that is happening.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So Santa Kumar is also here. Santa, will you like to add some insights?
Yeah, sure. Thanks to Nakul and Shonik when they made the roadway. See, what is the today which we are talking about visibility? I mean, what did it mean by actually having? I mean, I strongly feel having a data, real-time data in the supply chain, which can enable us for better decisions on either risk management or performance improvement. It shows what is visibility which we can show to the others. But unfortunately, most of the companies still depending on the legacy solutions that are not equipped to handle today, that are not equipped to handle the real world supply chain solutions today. Like you take customer expectations today is in the sky. So most of the decisions, whatever supply chain we take, the customer is the center of the supply chain decisions. So we are whatever the decisions in supply chain we take is purely depend on the customer. But
Absolutely.
when it comes to visibility, yeah.
No, please go ahead, Shanta.
Yeah. So in the one of the recent survey which I seen I was reading one of the article, close to 75% of the organizations reported disruption in their supply chain activities due to COVID. So Rahul was also mentioning in the initial discussions that most of the companies, like 44% of them are clearly lacking the strategy on the supply chain. So how to overcome? I mean, unless until you don't have visibility on this, on the supply chain, so it is very difficult to overcome all this. So I pointed out some of the points like seamless integrations. So the integration between the functions is very important, and adapting the new systems like new algorithms and the data security. Data security is always plays a vital role. And I also see a value reporting. So the reporting structure which enables planners and leadership to track much applications so that it can help them to save the cost and reduce the delivery times. If you see in all these days which we are talking, basically e-retail, e-commerce. Today e become M-commerce. So the industry is drastically changing. Everybody traveling towards upgradation. So we don't need a laptop or desktop to access any of the retailers, so which we can operate from the mobile, so which we call as M-retail. Similarly, the supply chain has to adopt more technologies to strengthen the systems. See, I personally feel the systems like big data. So the future, the one of in the initial discussion, Rahul was mentioning about AI, artificial intelligence. Similarly, I suggest the call data. It's a big data integration. Big data integration is going to play a vital role in coming days. Similarly,
Absolutely.
you take one more technology called API. API is the major chance. Like you see, anybody offers anything on Amazon, they're able to track their package where it's there. What is the condition of the package? But this is nothing to do with the Amazon. The entire package shipped by either delivery or Cloudtail or XYZ, but which we are able to access through Amazon. So that is how the API comes in between, and it clearly helps to merge two different softwares, the integration of two different applications. So apart from the API and big data integration, I also see a huge scope for IoT. In the coming days, IoT is going to play a vital role in supply chain industry. Internet of Things, which is going to help drastically to merge the networks to different networks, or give the access to the customers, instant access to the bottom to the top management, which can enable access for faster decisions.
Absolutely, Santa, absolutely dot on. I think these all technologies are going to change the game in supply chain from a lot of manual work to a lot of intelligent work. I think all the supply chain managers and heads are looking forward to do some intellectual top end work rather than putting data in Excel sheets and just they want to take higher level decisions. All these technologies will be enabling to that. Leveraging the technology, I will now like to come to Rahul and put forward the next question. A lot of time the technology comes in. So the question is how to deal with the next gen end-to-end supply chain technology platform for unconnected enterprise.
So thanks, Sandeep, and great listening to everyone. See, from my point of view, from where we are building technology and how we are leveraging AI, I just feel we have to first look at it from the point of view how exactly am I putting forward what kind of action, what kind of decisions are we impacting. The key KPI, of course, what we are looking at is how exactly my SLAs are being impacted, how exactly how am I able to improve my responsiveness, right? One of the things that I find, first of all, missing from not just from Indian supply chain landscape, but even from the international landscape perspective, is that there is a very, I mean, there's the missing roadmap that is there, which is from the point of view of, okay, how exactly can we be more modular, can we be more agile. It was seen when we were moving away from everything in house to a 2PL 3PL 4PL kind of a model. There was a roadmap back then, like I'm talking about the last decade, right, when we were moving beyond in-house production, in-house facilitation to a more decentralized production and a more decentralized distribution. Right now, when it comes to AI, since there is a lot of noise in the ecosystem, right, there is one thing that is absolutely being missing from the ecosystem is, do I have a clear picture that where do I want to reach in next 5 years, right? See, there is no denying that within next 10, 15 years, right, the companies and humans, us, will be running hand in hand with machine learning and AI models as well, right? But and I'm mostly surprised when I go and talk to a lot of companies, right, that there is no such plan in place that, okay, am I prepared for 10 years? Am I prepared for 15 years? And it's not just about how exactly am I going to adopt technology, but it is also about how exactly people are going to adapt around it, right? I mean, supply chain is the biggest cost center in any company. There is no denying that, right? How exactly people are going to upskill around that, how exactly people are going to start utilizing machine learning models as well. And one of the things that keeps friction between adoption of machine learning and AI and I mean, of course, and the new age technology is this hesitation, especially from the supply chain itself, that the AI is going to take over everything that we are doing. But that is exactly not what is happening as well. There is a lot of need of where humans and machines can actually work together and make it much more responsive, right? So from where I'm coming from, yes, one of the things that we can do is, yes, things can be much more better if we look at it, how exactly can we utilize data, how exactly can we automate most of the things that are there and move beyond the existing demand planning approach to a more demand shaping approach, right? That is where we can and we have the ability to move forward. And India is the best place to actually do that right now, because as everyone knows, India is one of the most difficult supply chain across the world. Over to you, Sandeep.
Yeah, well said, I think, Rahul, and I will give the mic to Nakul to add on this piece.
Yeah, I agree with what Rahul said when he touched upon the people aspect, because the word connected, if you don't involve people while designing your supply chain or any system which you are using, it will not work at all. That's because ultimately the people in your supply chain are going to use that technology which you are going to implement. So for adopting that technology and encouraging your people to use it is where the change management comes into picture. So the first and foremost thing which we adopt as a company is our tool aligning with the business process or no? Not the other way around. We don't want people to align to the tool. For example, if people from last 20 years in a manufacturing enterprise are saying that this is, or they are using SAP for last 10 to 15 years, and they are saying, I call this as SKU. We cannot say that from today, because Archiva says it's called material, you have to learn to call it material. No, we want them to use the tool and not the tool to use them. So the design, we need to involve the business process and the people who are going to use the tool from the design phase itself. So once you involve people in the design phase, they are encouraged and motivated to use the tool, because then they see the bigger picture of how their job will get easier, and they will, because of the automation happening in their processes, they can focus on important or key decisions which they want to take instead of doing work manually. So training them and involving them in the design phase is definitely important to achieve a connected enterprise.
One thing I'd like to add there, Nakul, and Sandeep, if you would allow me to do so. Of course, designing, involving planners and everyone in the supply chain in the designing process is an important piece. However, there is one more thing, which is something that gets asked more often than ever, is around how do I explain all these things, the automation that is coming out, how do I explain it, how do I interpret my models, right? If I have to present and if I have to defend these numbers, how would I do it, right? Now this is, and I guess Sandeep, if I am not mistaken, if this is the conversation direction that you'd like to take, let me just use this as a segue right here itself, that one of the things where us as consultants, us as technology providers, services provider can really help companies is also to equip people in the organization with the right skill set, rather than confusing them with all sorts of machine learning and AI terminologies and everything that is there in. It's a wide domain, right? Even I will never say that I know everything inside out, right? Even being in this industry for last 10 years or so, right? So it's a wide domain, and if you go directionless, it will not really be fruitful, right? You'll end up getting confused. So one of the responsibilities I feel what we carry, right, when we go in with a solution, with the technology, right, is to also equip planners to really understand how exactly is this working, right? Not just, okay, we are using random forests as an algorithm, or we are using neural nets, right? But even to help them understand, even at the high level, would be good enough. Tell me, Nakul, if I am
correct. Yeah. So for instance, if you are implementing an optimization model and you don't tell them for simple what linear programming is, they will just lose interest in that. So I agree. The people will also evolve when you are designing the system for them, plus when you are teaching them, people will evolve, and because they are involved, they don't lose interest, and ultimately they can reap benefits from that system. So yes, absolutely.
I think absolutely. Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah, Shaunik, go ahead.
Very well articulated, Rahul and Nakul. One of the learnings which I got during SAP implementation was that yes, you need to involve people at the design stage. That's very, very important, so that people remain aware of what we are doing, what we are designing. Second part is, yes, at the stage of implementation of the system, again, people comfort needs to be taken care of. The third aspect, which probably got missed somewhere, was that, when you implement a system, people would still have a tendency to follow the ad hoc system of working. Like in our case, people were still comfortable, even after 6 months of SAP launch, maintaining an Excel file of their own, where they would do all manual entries.
Couldn't agree more, Shaunik. Couldn't agree more.
MB5T nahi chalayenge, MB52 nahi chalayenge, but we would still follow those Excel sheets, and we will keep updating data sitting in the night. on those Excel sheets. So that continued for 6-7 months, and we had to undertake regular trainings of people to ensure that they become comfortable with SAP. So
Yes. So
last 4-5 months, the utilization of SAP has increased, and it is increasing on a month-on-month basis, and that gives us comfort that yes, today after 15 months of launch of SAP, we are in a reasonably comfortable domain, and we are now working on further customization of reports.
Absolutely.
So that management gets the summary, executional team gets the details, and things work in more smooth manner.
Correct. So Archiva's approach is we never leave them after the implementation. So we try to build a partnership with them where once the implementation happens, say 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, whatever time frame it takes. After that, we always have customer support training sessions. We have drop-in sessions where one of our consultants will just start a call, and people can join whenever during their business hours. So that's what helps in what Sonik you said, that over a period of time, they are evolving. Like they get to know how even navigation sometimes becomes a problem. They don't even know if I have to download a report, where do I have to go? What do I have to click? So these kind of sessions help them in learning. And I have seen users who have actually transitioned from using Excel sheets to our software because of these sessions, and not letting them be on their own, even if it's been a year or two after the implementation.
True.
Absolutely. I can see Samrat. Yeah, Shanta, please.
Yeah. See, being we are into customer service and third-party logistics. So we have started enabling, like, whenever the consignment getting loaded, we want to send a SMS, auto-generated SMS and auto-generated email to all the customers. So that makes customer life very easy. They are at very ease, so that the customers chasing. Customer cannot chase the sales force everything. We also started generating auto LRs. So we are trying to avoid all this manual process, so that we can share the real-time data to our customers. So like similar way, we have started enabling GPS-enabled vehicles for all the moments. So this is giving complete ease to the customers, so where they can access real-time data. There is no need of separately sending some data, downloading some Excel sheet or whatever we are discussing. So we have started giving online 100% accurate data to all our customers.
I think the real-time visibility, what you are mentioning, is the most important part of the transportation leg, because a lot of supply chain get a bad name because the visibility goes low. I see Samrat also nodding his head on this. Samrat, you want to add something? And then I will also come to Neha.
In fact, even if material does not reach on time, but if you inform the customer that it is going to reach, that information will still give him some peace of mind.
We have gone back to one more stage, like sharing ePOD. So when the customer get the material, the POD will be uploaded on the web instantly. The customer can access the ePOD.
Yes.
Very important. Samrat.
No. Great discussion. I think everybody is sharing fantastic thoughts, and I would just want to put a spin around the entire discussion. So in my journey, I have worked as a consultant. Right now, I'm heading the supply chain here. However, I've also worked into products, like developing products, working with AI, working with machine learning. Okay, the biggest challenge, and probably Rahul, everybody will agree with me, the biggest challenge what I used to face is the mindset. Okay, when you go to a company, where are they today? How do they look at things? So from there, I'll take my discussion and I'll give you certain thought processes to just think and reflect upon, because there is a wide range of audience. So when we talk about real-time visibility, and we overuse that word a lot. And what is real-time? Is it micro milliseconds? Is it seconds? Is it a day? Is it a week? The definition varies. Okay, so you have to understand where we are currently in my organization. What is the maturity level of my organization? Am I probably, without any comparisons, am I driving a Fiat and I want to just get a Mercedes and I want to latch upon that? A lot of companies fail by using all the top end technologies, because it's not that their data is not there. It is not that, of course, data is important. It is not that, it's the mindset which is important. So I think as leaders and as a fellow supply chain people, we need to understand that data is there. How do I get the data? How do I look at the data? How do I churn it? Supply chain, as Rahul mentioned, is always looked at as a cost center, right? So it's a challenge. You come up with a technology and you say, hey, I want X crores to invest in it. The first point is, oh my goodness, we don't have money to invest in. But if you show that progression, that today I am here, I want to reach there. However, this is the journey. I am taking these baby steps. There's a lot of data with me. Can I utilize some in-house technologies and try and do something about the data, the benefits? People will believe in it. The management will believe in it and give you that extra edge to go and do something. Small example. Santa, you talked about, you're from the 3PL industry. I mean, you have a dispatch MIS, right? And that gets circulated to all your clients probably daily, right? And that dispatch MIS, when I joined, I saw and I understood that my people were saying, oh, I don't know where my truck is. I have to call the transporters every time. And I don't take a real-time visibility. Let's go ahead and get a platform, right? So let's just invest in a big platform and our work is solved. I said, hold on, just wait a minute. Look at the dispatch MIS. There are over probably 50 columns in that MIS, which just comes, sits in your email box as a dump and it goes somewhere, right, Santa? There's so much. Where is your product? Where is it now? What is happening? Is it reached on time? Is it delayed? What is the freight? What is the cost? What is the handling cost? I mean, tons of information. Take a step back, take all your data and think what you can do with it. Be a little creative. You have Power BI, Tableau, Spotfire, or some other BI tools. I mean, all organizations today invest in those. Connecting one data set to another, integrations with ERP are the easiest thing today. I mean, I am having a little bit of technology background, but then I am in the function. So just hiring 2 interns from one of the B schools, in 3 months, we have developed some amazing data mining dashboards, connecting not only the transportation to my LRs, to my late versus on time, but connecting that to my product also, right? So if I have an invoice, my transportation Santa will give me information about that invoice. And that's it. My supply chain job stops there. But can I break out that invoice to products, connect it with the products to the categories and see, oh, what category is doing what? What is the freight cost per category, per product? Then it is more intelligent, and that's how you can drive. So wherever we are, we have a ton of data around us. And I firmly believe that we can do a lot in our ecosystem, current ecosystem, what we have, and then have the mindset to go ahead and invest in other big technologies. Yeah, Sandeep, that's my piece of thing to
absolutely. Yeah. So I think amazing. The technology is always, there, and if you are able to, get technology inside, it's a good thing. But the biggest thing is, don't get technology in silos. This part, because if the technology is not talking with each other, the job of the supply chain, goes haywire. Somebody's pulling a report, and then this report is not like what Nakul was saying. A report has got different name and B report has got different name. And a lot of time matching those things are. Rahul, would you like to talk here about the work you're doing with AI and supply chain?
I have been. So, Sandeep, absolutely. I mean, see, the point, as Samrat mentioned, right, that the data is there, right? The mindset is needed. You need to kind of show them the right picture. You need to show them, build the story, and kind of make them believe, not just, but every stakeholder from the bottom to the top, right? Only then will the real conviction will come from inside, right? And to do that, we have to look at the larger picture, right? We have helped companies at different maturity levels. Some companies adopted SAP or similar technology, similar softwares back in 2012. Some companies which were already always running on data, like Asian Paints, since what 70s, 80s, right? Some companies which are now adopting SAP around e-commerce, around general trade, modern trade. So there are various maturity levels. There are many threads that are running parallelly as well, right? The point is, of course, what is the need of the hour and where do you want to reach from there, right? If that alignment is there, right, then you can go and solve for automating the inventory challenges or the entire planning part, or you can go about automating the distribution part, help your own distributors, help your own retailers in keeping a lean inventory, right? Help them own more from what they help them better their working capital as well, or go on to the supply side and help your vendors or suppliers in their own this thing. So there are many things where this can be reached out to. It's just that, yes, the data is lying around, the conviction, the alignment, and the roadmap is needed.
Absolutely. I'll move to the next question, and how to enable real-time visibility to logistics, inventory situation, manufacturing, supplier capacity, and technology enablement, whole end-to-end supply chain. And I will give the mic to Neha to share her perspective on this.
Yeah, thank you, Sandeep. I think enough and more thoughts have already been added by my co-panelists. Couple of things that would make it important and easy, because why the need for visibility, or why do we need to connect end to end? Because the instances of issues, or the as you say, that management by exception, the number of exceptions have gone up. And as all of us said, the inventories have gone down, and hence it's important, as you make it further and further narrower, that you plug all these gaps. And with COVID, it has become further more important, because now you don't have people sitting in the same office next to each other, that the procurement person will call and say that this material may come a little late, and hence you change your plan. It's important that you see it real time at everything, and adjust your future supplies. One of the classical examples of why is it needed is the way warehouses operated during COVID times, right? Most of the states in the second wave were open, but the working times shrunk to till 10 o'clock or till 11 o'clock. So the warehouse, which was used to operate till 12 hours or 18 hours in a day, suddenly had to turn around same amount of dispatches and billing and inbound in just 4 hours, right? From 6 to 10. You can't call people midnight. So this is how the scenario changed, the thought process had to change, and hence it's important that you put in. And there are a lot of advent of new technologies that came. So thanks to it was already in place. Only thing that COVID did was it kind of acted as a catalyst to go ahead and implement. A couple of examples would be the adoption of TMS, or the adoption of integrated planning tools. This is something that pre-COVID was still under concept, but people have started adapting it, because like even what Shaunak mentioned, there's no more a monthly SNOP. You have to look into day-wise production plan, shift-wise, line-wise, what is it that's going to get produced? And hence it's important that you have a very key detailing. While there's micro view, which is available to the planner or a relevant factory, and there's also a macro view that you need to provide as a summary to the management. Right, and supply chain was in the right place where things were happening. I mean, I know during COVID, it was more of the logistics head that the CEO used to ask, what's the number going to happen for the month in the sales head, because it was more like what you can deliver is what the sale is going to be, right? And hence, unfortunately or fortunately, COVID has been a catalyst in bringing those projects to a fast track, and we'll see many more of them taking shape. And this would now not just be a cost benefit, it is being looked at means for business continuity. So that's giving it further more importance to the implementation and making our supply chain much more resilient.
Absolutely, Neha, you're dot on. Samrat would like to add something to this.
I think a lot has been covered. However, I think tying end to end is super critical. Understanding who is my customer. Within supply chain also, you have the suppliers and the customers, right? So who is my customer and who is my supplier? Understanding that, and be a little more empathetic towards that. Okay, if I am driving something, my results impacts my next person in the line. If it is demand to production to warehousing to transportation, so on and so forth. So from if I take a bird's eye view and think of, okay, I need to have a supply chain control tower to have a end-to-end visibility. These bits, connecting these bits are super important. And guess what? You don't need to wait till the end. After I connect all the bits, only will I then get the results. Once you're in the journey, you will start getting the results, because you will find out a lot of broken processes. You'll start mending it right there and right then. And as the process get mended, you start connecting the dots and the lines together. You are already there. So it's just a means to getting to that end, I would say. Yes,
absolutely. Absolutely.
Sandeep, I would, since we are talking about flexibility, in supply chain, I just recalled a COVID situation where we had to be flexible with our system also. So I'll just share quickly on that. So last year, when the COVID wave had started, mostly in Europe, one of our gas manufacturing clients, they asked us to change their monthly forecasting from weekly forecasting. So that was delivered in 2 or 3 weeks or maximum month. So the point I want to make is the business supply chain was flexible enough to cater to the gas demand, the cylinders demand, etc. for their customers. So how is the vendor, which is Arqiva in this case, how flexible it is to change their forecasting models and then deliver it for the business. So from moving from a monthly forecasting model to a weekly forecasting model was the flexibility which was provided to that gas manufacturing company. So, and how simple it is to do. So even that has to be taken care of, because there are costs involved in making those changes in the system. So how simple and how fast that flexibility can be achieved is also an important point when we have to think about flexibility of achieving flexibility within the supply chain.
Absolutely. Absolutely,
Thank you.
Shaunik, your insights?
Yeah. So I think whatever Neha talked about is very, very relevant, and whatever Samrat also said is equally relevant. Information flow, and logistics department today is the epicenter of all that, right? I mean, logistics department tells what are the inventories available at the distribution centers, what is selling, what is the sales flow, and accordingly what production needs to be fast tracked, what production needs to be slowed down, what is moving into slow and non-moving inventory. So today, it's all now integrated, right? And insight from a warehouse manager or from a distribution head or from a warehousing head would become an input for the plans, right? Similarly, from a customer perspective, I think track and trace is something which has done wonders, right? You keep the customer informed as soon as order is received in the distribution center. As soon as the material is invoiced, the invoice number goes to the customer through an SMS. As soon as the material is shipped out, the LR number goes, and the vehicle details, everything gets communicated to the transporter, and he also arranges labor at their end. The customer is also able to arrange labor and space at their end to unload the material, right? This has brought about a reduction in detention cost. A lot of times for modern trade deliveries, typically to customers like Flipkart, Reliance Mart, and all those places, we would pay a lot of detention. The vehicle would reach previous day, would get unloaded the next day, right? So
Absolutely.
data information, the real-time visibility has also led to reduction in detention cost, right? It has made the overall system lean. So your pipelines don't get choked with non-moving, right? There was a time about 4 years back when we were strictly producing as per the production plan that was given to the factory, resulting in non-moving and slow-moving inventory getting swallowed over a period of 3 to 6 months. Today, that is not the case. Today, even if a forecast is, let's say, X number of boxes, and if the sales guys are selling 1.5x or 2x, we have the capability within the supply chain function to deliver that 2x demand, because we are now far more nimble footed. The information flow is far more crisp, and we have made this overall system into a lean system. And information flow, real-time visibility of information, real-time visibility of stocks is something that has actually helped us immensely.
Absolutely. I think technology makes you agile. I think well said, Shaunak. Uh, you know, even the labor sitting at your plant, if that labor contractor knows when the truck will be placed, he can plan his labor that way. The last leg of the supply chain, and even your supplier. So I think those all have been possible with the advent of the right technology
And
in the
technology, see, I'll tell you, and it's a very, very important case study. Our company, which is Bajaj Consumer Care, is into hair oils and cosmetic products. 4 years back, we were typically a north heavy company. We had manufacturing facilities in Parwano, Ponta, Dehradun. And we were catering pan India from there, and our primary cost was huge. It was to the tune of about 3% of our total cost. 3% of primary freight, and warehousing and logistics as secondary freight cost was accumulating to about 7% of the total cost, which is huge. Industry benchmark in FMCG is about 4.5%, right?
yeah.
So we did a lot of study with respect to where our materials are selling, right? Accordingly, we came up with a factory in Guwahati, right? We got rid of all the tax holidays in the northern part of the country, in the hill states, which is primarily Himachal and Uttarakhand. Tax holidays went over in 2018 and 19. And by 2019, we were fully operational in Guwahati. Today, 50% of our production happens in Guwahati. Last year, we have put up a factory in Vadodara. And now we are a far more, well spread out network, having one factory in north, one factory in west, one factory in east, and our primary freight cost has reduced drastically. We are catering western and the southern part of the country from Vadodara. We are catering UP and the eastern part of the country from Guwahati, and the northern part of the country from Ponta. So it's a far more well spread out network. We were operating with 29 distribution centers. Today we are running the same network with 20 distribution centers. We have closed 9 distribution centers. That has given us a saving of about 5 crore rupees in an year.
Absolutely.
All
So
this
we
is
have,
possible, all this is only possible because of technology, because of data analysis, because of real-time information available.
absolutely. So
Yes,
we have
yeah.
our friend, yeah, absolutely, Shaunak. I'll come back to you. We have our friend Abe Thomas from Kellogg's India. Abe, will please kindly open your video, please. Yeah. I'll come to Neha now for the next question. How flexibility has become a key characteristics of resilient supply chains?
In fact, flexibility has become a key imperative for supply chain to be resilient.
Absolutely.
Because,
Absolutely.
without having the right flexibility, because the demands are going to change. One of the trends that we are seeing in demand is Indian customer is an omni-channel customer. So you have the same customer who loves to order via an online site, go to a metro store or a modern trade outlet, and still continues to buy from the Kirana store next door, right? And with all of this, the expectation is only increasing. Now, if you order online and it takes more than 2 hours, you don't call the service to be a great service, right? Earlier, people were okay and 24 hours was something that was considered as a good service. We only expected faster deliveries in case of food deliveries. If you're ordering or dining, so it's becoming as quick as that, and this is now a basic requirement. It's not a delight, but this is something that a customer is expecting as a basic to be catered to. And with such kind of advent of demand models, and we are one country which is not even showing affinity towards any one model. So while modern trade has been there for more than 2 decades now, but we continue to have thriving Kirana stores, and e-commerce also now is there, well established, the pace gone up since past 5-6 years, but has not seen the traditional model for us. In fact, a lot of e-commerce giants are now collaborating with this as a channel and trying to work out a different solution.
Absolutely.
Where you don't have to go, you just order and there's a safe zone created at the stores, you go and pick up your parcel. It kind of reduces the flexibility. And for those customers who doesn't want delivery happening at their home, or they don't want to disclose their address, this also can become as one of the reality. A lot of changes happening, and as I say, as demand continues to evolve. And other thing is also a lot of ambiguity that has come to demand. Like we spoke, right, that monthly SNOP now has not much relevance. Like for us at GCPL, we deal with hygiene as one big category. Starting COVID, the hygiene demands gone up to 10 to 15x. Unless you don't have flexible manufacturing systems, how are you going to go ahead and deal with such thing? Another classical example is how most of the companies ended up producing sanitizer well in time to support the country, wage the war on pandemic, right? Most of the companies which never had produced sanitizer could go ahead and make those facilities, either convert the current facilities into sanitizer making facilities, and the pricing was also capped. So the motive there was not profit earning, but to ensure that the access to sanitization, access to sanitizer is available to the larger group. Right? We have a product called as Mr. Magic, which is powder to hand, world's first powder to liquid hand wash. We used to, during COVID, we became the largest selling hand wash in terms of units sold, because at a 15 rupees price point, it was a very attractive price point to make hand washing accessible. Right? How do you deal with this kind of a swipe in demand? You cannot have a capacity being set suddenly, right? So hence, how do you plan for those buffer capacities to absorb those shocks? Even inventory was seen as more of a buffer control thing, but you cannot permanently work on inventory. In fact, last year was one year where nobody said inventory was a bad thing to have, because more the stock you had, more you will sell. But come this year, things have changed, because we know that we've all come out, learned. 1 year of COVID has taught us a lot of things, and we are back to reducing the inventory, freeing up those capital, because it has its own implication in terms of space. So flexibility is a key imperative or key precursor for any supply chain to make it resilient. Unless you don't design your supply chain to be flexible. And when I say supply chain, is it not just your plant, your manufacturing facility, your warehouses. It has to be starting from your suppliers, raw material, because they also have to ramp up to serve to those demand. They also will have to ramp down, because mask is one classic example, right? Everybody started, you see the amount of masks that came in market is very high. Once COVID is over, what's going to happen to that? We'll have to have capability to ramp it down, right? So how flexible you are in terms of adapting to different models, it will define the success of any supply chain. In fact, it will define the success of entire organization, because COVID kind of showed that supply chain is no more a back-end function. We are as much frontline as our sales team are, and we play a crucial role in getting those numbers done.
Actually, may I just to add to that, this was one of the things that kind of went unnoticed, especially last year. The supply chain team across the world were literally working as hardworking as the frontline workers around hospitals as well. Like I saw a lot of people in my network were literally running from 7 a.m. in the morning till 11, 12 p.m. in the night as well. And this was for what, 2-3 months. It went like that every day, planning it out, managing the inventory, all of this thing. And it just went. So I just want to take a moment to kind of appreciate the work and people who are watching that the supply chain guys put in to make sure we are able to kind of get at least the bare essentials.
Absolutely. We have Abe with us. Abe, the question is moving around, resilience in supply chain. You handle a, planning for a big supply chain, big FMCG major. So what do you think, how are you, rather let me flip this question. How are you changing your planning to make your supply chain more resilient?
Thanks, Sandeep, and everyone else. Apologies that I've joined in a bit late. Was unfortunately caught up with regular stuff. I think one thing that the last year and this year has brought to the fore is what we call internally at Kellogg's connected planning. I think we were approaching, or I don't know, at least for ourselves when I speak, we were mostly approaching planning as a disjointed functions that people do, planners do, who are more cerebral, and then there is an entire function which takes care of making sure that the stock reaches the last mile, right? We took a conscious decision last year sometime. Again, this came through learning. This is, I don't think this was a eureka moment, where we decided to split up planning into three separate.
There's some network issue.
Are you able to hear me clearly now?
Yeah, now it's clear. Now it's clear.
Okay, so what we decided was to break planning essentially into three time horizons, right? We said there is a day-to-day execution to supply chain, and then there is a short to medium term, and then there is a long term. And how does planning traverse all these time horizons? And how do you then make it connected planning? I think that's the first and the foremost change that we did. So don't look at planning from not for today, but it's something in future, and it's not for tomorrow, right? And the other thing that we did is consciously recognize the fact that not one solution answers these three different questions. So how do you answer a day-to-day execution problem using a long-term forecasting horizon solution? Can't. It doesn't work. It's like taking a sword to a tailor or taking a needle for a battle, right? So day-to-day execution requires very different capabilities. You need to look at demand and make sure that you're replenishing to it. Make sure that your warehousing is actually carrying what is the demand and not at the wrong SKU. So get the SKU right and got the geography right. We moved that or delinked that from forecasting. We use a demand-based replenishment system. Sometime in the early part of 2020 is what we use that. We've got close to 4% increase in our service levels simply on account of doing that by delinking forecast to your warehousing. I think that's the first major change that we did. And that's a huge flexibility, believe me, right? Supply chain is very, very, in a way, very inflexible when you want to change the paradigms in which you operate. You've been operating like that for years, right? And it's a big resistance. So what will this do to us? What's the downside is the biggest fear. So that's the first and the biggest change, if you ask me, from a front-end operating that we did. The second one, and I think a lot of people have talked over this for some time now, that forecasting, is it still relevant in a COVID-induced scenario when uncertainty is so huge? My own belief is that forecasting is relevant even more today than it was yesterday. Because uncertainty is when you need forecasting. You can't run an uncertain environment by doing tactical stuff. So the second investment and the biggest investment that we have made is in a platform itself, a technology platform, which now gives me the ability to forecast up to 24 months out using a plethora of traditional algorithms and machine learning algorithms. So you take a decision of switching from traditional to machine learning depending on the quality of the forecast. And it's not I know machine learning is the in and the sexy thing to do, but traditional algorithms have their own suite of capabilities, and they are rigorous by a matter of fact, right? So don't get swayed by what's in vogue and what's being talked about, but stay true to your principles, and whatever works for you, use that. So you find both the spectrums being addressed. So there is a day-to-day execution, which is demand-driven, and then there is an investment in a platform which gives me the capability to go out to as far as 24 months, just to make sure that what we are getting as an output is linked to both my business priorities and the strategic priorities. If you are off on them, then we need to go and course correct. That's what we did. And I hope that answers in part to the questions that you have asked.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The next question is also centered around planning. So what is the need of comprehensive strategy around supply chain planning processes? Is Udyan there? I think we have lost Udyan. So I'll come back to Shyam. Shyam, over to you on this question.
Yeah, hi. I think there was a very good inputs from all the team members. I think the importance of data and how innovations are happening at the last mile using a lot of tools. I think AI and artificial intelligence, machine learning, where they're actually helping us on the last mile. But what I feel is still slightly a different opinion. Maybe still, I think for Indian companies, still there is a lot of room when we see a lot of managerial frameworks needed for to take strategic decisions, right? I'll give you an example to make this, to drive this point. This year, one of our Indian automobile major has lost about 15 to 20% of its sales owing to a component shortage, which it procures from another MNC, global MNC, and the global MNC procures it from a third-party manufacturer somewhere in Italy. Okay, so that has disrupted the sales. So I think this is where strategic decision making is very important. I think companies need to do a lot of scenario planning for the long term, right? So as Abe has said, it's very important we need to have a long term, medium, proper strategic inputs, right? All the functions in the supply chain or the product supply, right from sourcing, they need to have a comprehensive understanding of what their product portfolio is, what are your main runners, etc., and what will happen, what if X happens, or what if something goes wrong, how your sourcing can back up, or how do you take your, if X the demand has become 2X, how your capacity plans are going to ramp up, how are you making those investment decisions? Would there be, do we have enough cash flows to make those decisions? I think on that front, there's still a lot of opportunity, and we are looking for a lot of managerial frameworks and a lot of tools which can, obviously there will be a lot of permutations and combinations if you want to do a what if scenarios, but understanding what are your major runners or major, big bets for the business, and then run some inputs for that, and then have a strategic planning. I think that would be a very, very important for the companies.
Absolutely. Segmenting your planning also according to your products, I think that's the way forward. And I'm sure many of you are already doing that. I think we are running out of time. Namrata, do we have an audience question on this?
Sure, Sandeep. So there are some engaging questions. The first question from Rahul Kumar. He's asking, how can SNOP enhance the effectiveness of SC planning? Please elaborate with a successful case.
Anyone can take this question, Thomas or Sham or Nakul.
Yeah, maybe I'll take that. So today, sales and operation planning, I think companies are moving towards IBP, integrated business planning, and wherein we are looking to integrate all the facets of business, right? From commercial teams, not just the different silos of supply chain. So entire commercial, controlling, supply chain to be on a common platform, to make all your, entire business drivers input into your planning systems, and everyone has a visibility of that. What are your, not just your basic sales history, but your feature promotion plans, all your key business drivers, so that everyone has a visibility, right from raw material procurement to the entire logistics, etc., so that everyone has that visibility to make those strategic decisions, also the short-term decisions as well. So sales and operation planning definitely is taking a kind of modern improvements. I think that would definitely see that a lot of supply chain improvements happen.
I see Nakul moving around. Nakul, would you like to add something on SNOP?
I think Sham covered most of it. One thing which I would like to add is measuring the performance of your process. Implementing a tool, starting from what Sham mentioned, like raw material process tool till the distribution is yes, of course, required. But you need to also invest in a correct tool, which or a BI tool which gives you the correct which helps you in creating metrics which are relevant to your business. So we can, like to give you an example, we have the capability to integrate Power BI, Power BI platform into Archiva's SNOP suite of planning. So yeah, like they say, if you cannot measure, you cannot improve. So measuring the metrics is also a part of building a robust SNOP process.
Yeah. With the next question.
And if I could just add to that.
Yeah. So sorry, Abhay. Yeah, please go ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Just
but be brief. Yeah.
Yeah. I think what we need to keep in mind is that it's a journey of continuous improvement. And that's very core and center to any process, whether it's SNOP or IBP, right? Whatever we call it. As long as we keep that in mind, that where you are today is not where you want to be tomorrow, I think it works. And that's the definition of excellence.
Yeah, Abhay, well said. Yeah, next question, Namrata.
Okay, so the next question from Samir, he's asking, how can logistics and warehousing be reshaped to be future ready?
I think Shanta Kumar will like take this. You're mute, Shanta.
Yeah, Namrata, can you come again?
Yeah, I repeat, how can logistics and warehousing be reshaped to be future ready?
Well, logistics and warehousing is always, it's in joint venture, it's together, it's interconnected. As Samrat was saying in the first discussion, it has to be connecting dots like it. Logistics, we can see a more future towards connecting vehicle, GPS tracking, vehicle management, where more flexibility towards the customer and more information exchange to the end customers as well. In comes to the warehousing, yes, SAP has been, most of the clients are started getting used SAP. Now we have been one step ahead of SAP. HANA has been introduced, and most of the clients has been trying to add a WMS in the system. And clients like service providers like ARK, we also started providing WMS to the clients. Some hesitancy at some level by some of the clients. Otherwise, most of them is ready to take and synchronize with their softwares. So WMS, I see a great future when it comes to the future and the scientific methods like where we can use 5S, adopting 5S concepts in the warehousing concept, which can give you a better visibility to the companies.
I see Rahul moving on this question. Rahul will like to give a take on how to make supply chain logistics future ready.
Oh, absolutely. So Sandeep, one of the things again, it goes and links back to the visibility at the most bottom level itself, right? It basically goes on to say that we need to have a unified platform in place, which basically kind of takes in data input from a lot of IoT inputs, which tracks your pallets, which tracks your inventory, which keeps kind of sending information back to my production, back to my supplier as well, and then of course to my distributors, and then distribution should also be run accordingly. So then transportation gets managed. Sometimes what also ends up happening is my tier 1 distributors ends up getting most of my inventory, where my tier 2, tier 3 distributors would not get it, right? And that way what ends up happening is my tier 3, tier 4 cities or towns ends up not getting or the stocks don't reach those towns, especially when the need around COVID, when we saw that sanitizer was not reaching, especially tier 3, tier 4 cities and towns, right? So adopting IoT, linking it back to a centralized data platform, and then of course automating that to improve my responsiveness is what is the way forward.
I think great insights. We're Samrat, one final
just
word,
one quick point, one very quick point and one perspective is that we're talking about future ready, and I think it's the global forces, it's the consumers who drive us to be future ready, right? So I mean, if we set up that standards, we have our own sweet time, 5 years, 10 years, and we say, oh, okay, we will do such and such thing. Just imagine in a split of a second, we have the entire from e-commerce to m-commerce. I mean, suddenly we're in our own place. We still have the distributors and things take time to reach. We are sitting, the same supply chain head sitting in a room and ordering something on Amazon, and things come so fast and you are able to track it. So in my same warehouse or in anyone's warehouse, you have one section which is completely e-commerce driven, where the SLAs are so strict. Morning, you get the order in 3 hours, you have to service. The other part is more like, okay, it's retail or it's something else, and we have B2B business, it's taking some time. So the future is right there. I mean, the forces in the market are driving us. So the faster we can adopt to all these things which Santa, Rahul, and everyone is talking about, the better. Yeah.
Samrat, just to add to one of those things, right? You're absolutely right. See, what also happens is how
I'm
e-commerce
sorry
has
to
been able
intervene,
kind of-
but for the interest of time, I think we should conclude. We're already over.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Rahul, I think
can
you can
go
take
on,
this
but there's an
discussion. Absolutely.
Yeah,
Thank you, Neha,
absolutely.
for the reminder. We are just running out of time, and I think it has been amazing discussion. A lot of insight, both from industry leaders, supply chain leaders, and logistics leaders, and technology leaders. I think there's a final moment for a screenshot. Namrata, can you take a screenshot? I want you to give you a big smile.
Sure, Sandeep.
Yeah, Thomas, we need your smile. Huh? You can compensate with your smile. Thanks a lot, leaders. Thanks for your time and amazing insights. I'm sure the audience is going to use this for their roadmap and future strategy. Over to you, Namrata. Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Thank you, everyone. Take care.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you to all the leaders for sharing your thoughts. Now, we have another interesting keynote by Ashit Hegre, Managing Director of Arkiva, on leveraging technology for scenario planning in supply chain.
Namrata, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, let me
You're
share my
audible.
Okay, let me share my screen, and can you please confirm?
Sure.
One second, please. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, now it's visible.
Okay. Thank you all for this opportunity. I think in the interest of time, I will quickly finish this session. I have a few slides to present about one of my favorite topics. It's called leveraging technology for scenario planning and supply chain. A couple of Arkiva as a company has been advocating scenario planning as a key functionality for supply chaining for more than 20 years now. Normally in the West, we have seen this take a lot more traction. In India, mostly, in India and the other APAC market, when we get, prospects or, project inquiries, typically in the RFPs, the scenario planning is one of the last parts. People will ask if you have a good demand planning or a good supply planning, but scenario planning is not the key. But over the last few years, or maybe 3 years, we have seen that a lot more, traction in this question in your tool. Okay, can your tool support a robust scenario planning? So I thought I'll just talk about that, and get some perspective on that, right? So just a quick brief about Arkiva. I mean, we have been in business from 1993. We are the original supply chain planning company, I can say, because supplychain.com is a domain that we still own, and it's basically, we use it very often. We have a 5th generation software now. We are an industry agnostic solution. Our single focus is in supply chain planning, which is the core SNOP. We have been recognized in Gartner for a few years. We have over 18,000 users worldwide. Over $70 billion revenue being planned using Arkiva. Our headquarters is in North America. We have offices in Belgium and Europe, and our APAC office is in Mangalore. And one of the key differentiating factors, our client relationship is over, average client relationship is over 10 years, which means, we are very involved in day-to-day supply planning activities of our clients. Also, we are one of the very few companies who are owned and, by same group of people in this space from 1993. It's the same group of people, same group of management, and as in, we're not grown through acquisition or mergers. We're just grown organically by supporting our clients. Okay. Now, so let me come to the main premise of today's talk. So some of the events that impacted your supply chain recently, right? I mean, all your supply chain practitioners will definitely, second this thought, Demonetization was a big, breakthrough. GST implementation was another disruption. Some of them like CA protests. There were a couple of cyclones recently, Taute and Yas. Multiple pandemic waves. We have lockdowns and unlocking. We have the complete, the fast usage of social media, which actually is creating a lot of disruption in supply chain. For example, we have a client in cosmetic industry. Last year when one of the product was tweeted by a Hollywood celebrity, and immediately there were like more than 200,000 retweets and comments. So the demand for that product went up by say about 300%. So immediately they have to react to that, so they have to use the systems to try and do what if scenarios and try to address that. Similarly, dynamic sales channels. Right now e-commerce is becoming more and more popular with a lot of customers. So all these different factors are leading to multiple challenges in your supply chain, right? So I mean, I'm sure as practitioners you've always thought could have done things differently, right? I mean, based on some of these challenges. Now, what is the supply chain reality, right? I mean, invariably things do not go exactly to plan. I mean, if you're a supply chain practitioner, if you plan, that there's always a deviation from your plan, right? Suppose say your demand is on course, your supply doesn't. If your demand is steady, your supply is steady, then demand can go crazy, right? And since the plan involves future and uncertainty, it will always retain level of doubt in it. So it's all about how you want to embrace that. So as a good planning team should embrace the uncertainty and understand their impact via scenario planning and what if planning. That's why because of these doubts and uncertainty, it's very important that scenario planning becomes a part and parcel of your supply chain planning activity. There is a famous quote from Mark Twain which says, "History may not repeat itself, but it does rhyme." I mean, this is very, very relevant to the supply chain paradigm that we see nowadays, right? I mean, because a good scenario, a good what if scenario might not exactly copy the reality, because what has happened is happened, but time to time it will rhyme. As in, there is some relevance to what happened in the past. There is some relevance to what will happen in the future. So the scenario should actually, be able to handle that. Another key thing about a good scenario planning is your official scenario should not be disturbed unless that becomes your working scenario. That is why you have to make sure that you let your official scenario alone, but make sure you do whatever changes you want in different ad hoc scenarios and then plan accordingly. And then the scenario should always emulate a likely business condition. Most of the times the knowledge for that comes from the planners and in collaboration with others. So the scenario should be able to adopt the what's in planner's mind, what's in your business, and then use that to try and drive your supply chain. So what are some of the cases for scenario planning? I mean, I'm sure you've seen all these day in and day out. The demand might be higher than expected. A new product launch which might be selling much faster than expected. New business and sales channels for existing products might open up. There might be plant shutdown due to maintenance or act of God or strikes. There might be raw material short supply. Some of your routes might be unavailable. You might have multiple routing options, multiple supply and sourcing options, and also the price sensitivity in the market that also will impact your business, and that's where your scenario planning comes into picture. An example is one of our clients who has a large sourcing factory from a contract manufacturer in Japan. I mean, the factory was shut down during their 2013 earthquake and tsunami, right? And that was a single source. So the entire supply chain was distorted. So after that, they made a decision that they will not rely on just one source. They then diversified to multiple sources. So when you have multiple sources, that means there's more complexity. So that means you have to plan your scenarios for multiple sources. So that's why these are different kinds of activities that we involved in, and that will drive your supply chain. Okay. So what are the since we are in a supply chain planning software, and we are a big proponent of scenario planning. What do a good scenario planning software need? What is the prerequisite for that, right? The key thing is the base data should be readily available for planners. The planner's job is not to collect data. The planner's job is to plan. So you got to make sure that the tool will be able to have your data ready, and and then you can just use that to do your your planning activities. It should have the ability and features to create the model based on your business into appropriate calculations. For example, all the scenario plannings involve some kind of mathematical calculations, right? Whether it's your profit, increasing your profit margin or reducing your cost, everything has some plus and minus. And the tool should be able to easily, take your business case scenarios and convert into this plus and minus calculation, and then be able to use that to drive the scenarios, right? The next is the ability to conduct analysis, without disturbing master data, because there can be one data. Somebody in the previous session spoke about that. There can be one data for truth, and that is your ERP master data, and that shouldn't be right. But sorry, is there some? Okay, sorry for that break, but basically, it has to be able to the master data should be available, and it shouldn't be distorted based on you're creating scenarios. It should have a configurable structure where you can make quick changes. For example, there is a scenario where say next month your demand might go up by 10%, and you run that scenario. But if there is an ambiguity in saying, okay, it's not 10%, 8%, you should be quickly able to change it and run your scenario. You shouldn't go through a big cycle to change it. So you should have such flexibility. Also, the software should be able to store multiple scenarios along the underlying assumptions. You have to make sure that all your scenarios are there. You can compare, and then you can then take your informed decision based on that, right? A few more prerequisites that that we believe in. The model the tool should be able to quickly compare and evaluate different scenarios in a meaningful way. I mean, you don't have to click around, and then you don't have to write some code to compare scenarios. It should be right off the bat there, right? Then your model should be able to monetize the impact of different scenarios, because ultimately, what you need, ultimately the scenarios will help. Scenarios will be based on what is your profitability margin, what's your cost, and so on, right? So the model should be able to monetize these different scenarios. The tool should be able to have meaningful results for your management based on the different scenarios, so that they can quickly make some informed decisions based on the understanding. And then also ultimately the model should be the tool should be able to help the planners to replace the actual official scenario with what if that is what is need of the hour for. So these are some of the main prerequisites that we believe are needed in terms of having your robust technology-oriented scenario planning. We have this long back we had developed this infographic which basically talks about anatomy of what if, right? So basically, after the session, probably we'll share this with the entire team, where it talks about different types of scenarios that's possible. What are the challenges? How you can mitigate this, and how the two things come as one: the business process and the software, to actually to evaluate and to help you run the scenarios and make your decisions. So there's a complete flow chart on that, and where the software will come into, the technology will come into the picture in terms of scenario planning, and how and what exactly will be the output. So it's a very detailed infographic. I was planning to go over detail with this, but in the interest of time, I'll just show it to you. But my team will send this out to all the participants, maybe tomorrow or during this weekend. Okay, and we can always have a follow-up call with you if you have any questions on this. So let me quickly show you how the technology can help. I have a couple of quick videos on how these technology platforms like Archiva can facilitate this dynamic scenario planning, right? So here I have an example of how you can create multiple data versions. Remember, I spoke about you have one set of master data, but you have to be able to create multiple data sources. So here, if you see, I have my different scenarios, which is my decreased demand, increased demand, and official. I'm now saying, okay, I want to say that next few weeks, I'm going to increase my, I'm going to expect an increase in demand of 15%. So your tool should be able to handle that. You should be able to quickly convert, that business problem into your tool. Similarly, I have this production where I'm saying, okay, I have a Christmas maintenance coming, so I'll have on one of my packaging line, I will have reduced capacity. I'll basically block that. So that way, you're actually building different versions of your data. Your official data is one, but then you're building a different version of data where you have your demand increase, and then you're also creating a different version of data where you have a production capacity shutdown. Similarly, you can have different versions of data for your routings, for your procurements, and entire paradigm of supply chain. And I just showed 2 examples. The next thing is, once you have these different data versions, as scenarios, how do you actually try and compare these scenarios, right? For example, this is a screen where you can compare different scenarios. As you can see, there are multiple scenarios here. So one of the prerequisites was, we need to have multiple scenarios. And I have one official scenario there which says my demand is official, my procurement is official, my production is official, which means these are all my official number. That is a plan, that is something that has come from my ERP or through my SNOP. I can easily copy this to a different scenario. And then in my copy scenario, what I can do is, I can quickly come and in a drop down, I can choose my increased demand. For example, a scenario where I created a 15% increment in demand. Then I also can use my decreased production. So that way I can create this multiple, facets, and then I can just solve it. And that way, I'm able to, solve these multiple scenarios at the same time. Then I can basically click on 2 scenarios and go to my reports, and I can quickly compare. Now, if you see here, I have my capacity utilization network where I said I'm blocking my packaging for Christmas maintenance for 3 weeks. So if I come to my scenario, you will see that, let me just pause here for a second. You'll see that, for this packaging line here, right? On the, I have basically for my official, on the week 1, I have 58% capacity utilization, week 2, 100%, then week 3, 76%. But for my Christmas maintenance, since I don't have any capacity those weeks, the model is already suggesting you to use 100% capacity for that machine previous week, and then cannot use anything. And then, it's trying to mitigate the, your scenario. So that way, you're able to fully, explain to your team on, what will be the impact of, me shutting down this package, what will be my capacity utilization, and related to that, what will be my production, what will be my inventory, and what will be my potential sales. So these are all very detailed in that aspect. But in the interest of time, I'm quickly going over that. And also, ultimately, the need of the hour is to compare scenarios, right, into your dollar or rupee value. So you can choose different scenarios, you can come to scenario comparison, and you can quickly see, how 2 scenarios will compare. What is your revenue from 2 different scenarios? What will be your margin, and so on. So they all should be on the fly. I mean, you shouldn't be able to, go and search for things. And that's the prerequisite of these, modern tools in terms of, scenario planning, right? Now, these are all optimal scenario, optimization-based scenario planning. Now, suppose you want to be more hands-on. The tool should also have some of the hands-on, what-if capability. Now, for example, in this screen, I have this material balance where, I have my starting inventory, I have my production, my demand, procurement. And, as you can see, on April, it's a red, which means there's a stock out. I'm not able to satisfy all my demand, right? So as a planner, if you want to say, okay, what will be the impact if I create some more production now, right? So here, what we'll do is, we'll remember that there's a production on the week of, the last week of March. Instead of 1,142, I'll just make it as, say, 10,000. I'll say I have some capacity somewhere, so I'm going to increase the production. So immediately you should be able to see the impact of it, where it has changed. And more than that, the tool should be able to dynamically help you in terms of, see how it is pegged to which demand. So you can just drill down and you can see that, okay, I created this one manufacturing order, which is, I made it 10,000, and see, if you see the middle of the screen, I see to which I can supply to. There are customers on what date, what demand I am able to supply to. So as you can see, the tool should be able to dynamically peg it and dynamically tell you, what will be the impact of these changes. So these all should be very quick, and and you shouldn't spend too much time in collecting this report, but ultimately the time that you should spend is in in trying to, act on these things. Now, similarly, I have one more example. I mean, before we wrap up, where, we have this forecasting that can be actually, machine learning can be trained to use different data sets. Now, for example, here I'm using what's called as my sales history, my actual sales history. I'm trying to do a forecast, right? And I'm trying to do a forecast at the product location level, right? Now I'm going to run my generate forecast, and it's going to do my ML AI based forecasting, and then ultimately, if we now look at, say, for example, the second one there, which is the product 1016, you can see that it chose seasonal as my best method, and it told that is my best forecast. And then it has other methods it evaluated, but machine learning said seasonal is the best method. Now, suppose you want to say, okay, what would be the impact of forecast if I had some other data? You can actually go into the tool and say, okay, I'm going to make some more linear, adjustment, and I'm going to say I'm going to adjust my sales history as a what if to see what would my forecast be if I change certain data, right? Because planners need to understand these things and see how best things the system will act. So they can just go and change. Then they can go back to the tool itself. Instead of your sales history, you can basically go back to your adjusted history, which you just changed, and then use that to run your forecast. And then you can see what machine learning and what machine learning came up as the best forecast. So as you can see, it really helps you hands-on in terms of understanding what your what changes in your sales would actually impact your forecast. So this is kind of what if that you can also do in a tool like this. Okay. Some few dashboards on out of the box dashboard that should be available. Like in my earlier point, I told these tools should have easy dashboard that management should access, because management is not keen on doing all those hands-on. They want these dashboards, right? So they should be readily available dashboard which will tell which scenario is what's your margin in each scenario, what's your cost in each scenario, so that you can make the best decision. You can also look at, there's a drop down here. You can always look at what should be your for what scenario, what's the inventory standing, what's your target, what is your forecast, what's your procurement, and so on. Everything will be actually given in one dashboard. So I would like to close this. I think I overshot by 5 minutes. I would like to close this with something that I always like to tell my clients and prospects, that we all know that Excel is planner's best friend, right? I mean, there is no second thought on that. So if you cannot replace that, or even if you cannot replace dependency on Excel to say 70-80%, then you need to really evaluate the process and technology adoption that your company has gone through. I think just some time back in the panel one discussion, a couple of leaders told about the same, that people might go back to Excel. You need to really handle them. But what is important is the technology that you adopt should enable that journey from Excel to this. Otherwise, you'll always go back to Excel, and you will be missing a lot of nice features in terms of scenario planning. And as you guys know now, with the way things are moving, and with the dynamic nature of your customer, your channels, and your supply, scenario planning is such an important part of your supply chain planning, and you need the technology to help that. So I would like to close with that thought, and thank you for your patience here.
Yeah, Asit, we have some engaging questions from audience as well. So the first question from Aditya Reddy, he's asking how scenario planning as a strategy process to foster supply chain adaptability.
Well, scenario planning is strategically, in my opinion, one of the most important things. Whether you're looking at short-term forecast or short-term planning, mid-term or long-range plan, right, or what you call strategic planning, you will have to evaluate your scenarios. For example, one of our clients, after the whole GST rollout, they consolidated their warehouse in India from 34 to 16, which is really a strategic decision, right? And the only way they could do that is by running the scenarios and saying, okay, where do I place my warehouses, and how will be the impact on my overall business, right? So that is very important in terms of from a strategic planning standpoint. Now, if you look at day-to-day planning, also, if you have stock transfers going on every day, you can always run scenarios and say, okay, what happens, if I instead of certain mix in a truck, if I put certain other mix, what's going to happen? So things like that. So as a strategy, scenario planning is very important, and I hope that answers the question.
Sure. The next question from Avinash Goyal. He's asking how supply chain leaders need to keep strategic planning focused on end-to-end capabilities.
Well, as you saw, and as you heard in the previous panel, supply chain is really a connected process. I mean, it's basically what you call as dirt to dust, right? I mean, everything has to be connected, whether it's from your supplier side to your planning side to your manufacturing to your customers. Everything has to be connected. So the supply chain leader should always think about how to have this as a connected process and how to have overall optimized connected process. And that's where the scenario planning also comes into the picture, because when you solve scenarios in Excel, you're only solving from a very unidirectional, as in you're saying, okay, what will be my impact if I change my demand? What will be my impact on my production, and so on, right? But when you have a technology-driven scenario planning, you're basically putting everything into the optimization engine or the mix, and it's basically going to do your end-to-end scenario plan and going to do a complete end-to-end supply chain efficiency. So it's like what we joke about, that we saying supply chain, this whole supply chain optimization, like it's like preparing sambar. You put all the vegetables, all the dal and masala and everything together, and make sure you get a good sambar out of it. So that's what is the end-to-end supply chain is.
So thank you, Ashit, for your valuable insights. Actually, we do have a lot of questions, but we are running out of time. So I will share you the link where you can answer the questions of the audience as well.
Yeah, and Namrata, I would like to say that we have our booth here, so feel free to go there and get the contact details, and let us know if you want. If someone wants a detailed demo of this, and if you want to have detailed discussion, we'll be very happy to do that.
Sure, Ashit. So Ashit, at the last, I would request you to smile so that we can take your screenshot.
Oh, okay. So is this okay? I mean,
yeah, it's okay. Thank you, Ashit.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ashit, for your valuable insights. Moving further, we have another panel for the day, and the topic is supply chain success, agility to achieve growth and flexibility. Today, 150 plus CXOs and 350 plus attendees are watching this live on our website. Here I call moderator Mr. Rajan Patankar from Zydus Wellness, Neeraj Chaudhary from GSK Pharma, Vijay Shetty from Alchem Labs, Vishnuvardhan Cheruvu from MCure Pharma, Masood Sheikh from Alembic Pharma, Madhu Talla from Ajanta Pharma, Venkatesh Geetacharya from Piramal, Ashu Gupta from Koe Pharma, and Ashit Hegde from Arkiva. Now I would request Mr. Rajan to start the panel discussion.
Yeah, Masood is also joined. Yeah. Hi, good evening, friends. I can see Ashit, yes, Vijay.
I request all the leaders to open up their videos.
Hi, good evening, all the leaders. Please open your video, please. I can see you then. Hi, Masood, how are you?
Hello, I'm fine.
Hi, Ashit. Hi, Ashit, how are you?
Good.
Okay, then I think Vijay is also joined. Vijay, hi, how are you? Good afternoon. Ashu, you are joined, Ashu, basically. So we have only 3 leaders, Ashit, Vijay, and Masood, right? And Dr. Madhu Tala has also joined. Hi, Dr.
Madhu is there, and Neeraj Chaudhary is also there.
Hi. So Neeraj is also there. Okay, fine. So at least we have 5 people, 5 leaders and 5 champions. Okay. Guys, we will start our topic because our topic is very important and very energetic topic, because supply chain success. Supply chain success lies on what? Basically, agility to achieve growth and flexibility. Yes, we have seen this in pandemic situation. Flexibility plays a very, very important, and agility as well as played a very important role. So there are key pointers available for this topic, where we can really, you being the leaders, you can share your experience, your expertise and your experience. Basically, you have to share with all the audience. Basically, first question is leveraging supply chain agility for accelerating business performance. I am requesting Masood to input on this.
Yeah, good evening, everyone, and
good evening.
Welcome to this forum. And thanks, Priyanka and others, to invite us on this forum. While I was listening to other portfolios and other people, they were nowhere different than us. What we had faced in pharma industry. As far as agility in supply chain, now agility in supply chain lies on 5 parameters. What is basically, you have seen from last year when the pandemic happened, everyone was actually, we were actually a distribution guy, people just for a supplies and sending the material and receiving the material. Whereas when it came to pandemic, how fast we were agile to the situation was more important, and that gave a separate status, in each company for the supply chain guy. How important is supply chain when it comes to this kind of pandemics? When it was going all well, everyone was actually pouring in their basket, saying that it is all because of the sales, and it is all because the prescription we generate in the market. Whereas when we saw in this kind of situation where the demand was absolutely unpredictable, the supply was actually unpredictable, there were so many lockdowns, there were so much hurdles which happened, and I should appreciate the entire supply chain fraternity came together, and we were actually on a platform where we started seeing that where is the hurdle and how it can be solved. You know that PDMF and other people also were actually monitoring this. So the supply chain agility lies on 5 things. How alert you are, that is alertness, accessibility, decisiveness, swiftness, and flexibility. As far as alertness is concerned, how should we detect the changes? Because when we saw there was a lockdown and there was no movement of trucks, the first thing which we were then how to make the stocks available at the market, and which are the transporters and who is going to come forward, whether it will be courier, land, air, everything was at standstill on the first kind of lockdown. The second lockdown is not that kind of seriousness. So how you are more alert of the situation, where it is happening, where it is a lockdown, where there is a area where we have to immediately go and see that we get the passes, and our CFAs are up and running that particular thing. Our CSP is running, our factory is running. That alertness was more important. Second is accessibility. Now, accessibility is relevant data. What is happening where, if you don't know what is the sale which is going where, and if you are not aware of that, then you are going to be absolutely going wrong in your agility or in your processes. So accessibility was one particular thing where you wanted to know what is happening where. Second was about the decision making. Every supply chain manager, if he had to wait for his bosses to come and to the directors or some other, he would have delayed it. The decision has to be made on the spot. For example, if I am getting a truck for a 50,000 against 20,000, I have to take a decision because my material reaching in the consignment at the depot level, at the market level was more important. If I have to say that my incoming and outgoing has to be through air, I have to, because the demand was absolutely going haywire. We were aware that the demand of certain products, for example, a COVID kind of product, were going haywire, and the market suddenly got boomed. And in that case, if you would have not decided about what to do, you would have not been able to do. Again, the third thing is the swiftness. How swiftly you take the decision, how fast you take the decision and implement the decision. It is not only to take the decision, the implementing decision was very, very important. So people who were having a multitasking ability was absolutely really successful, and the people who were actually then having a single kind of thing, by ek kaam karunga and then again I'll switch to second and then I'll switch to third, absolutely got failed into this kind of process. So you have to be that kind of swiftness in that. And coming back, the fifth one is the flexibility, range of tactics, how you have to apply in various situations. if there is a lockdown situation, one, if there is a entry problem situation 2, if there is a shortage of product situation 3. So all this agility actually brought us into a situation where we could able to cater the demand of the sales, and obviously the sales was absolutely a satisfied customer as far as we concerned, and we could be able to give the demand, because I have seen in certain products, like the demand was 10x. It was not double or triple, it was 10x, and to cater that we had to from production planning to supply planning, everything was to be there. And believe me, friends, this particular thing was done on a day-to-day basis. Earlier, we used to have an SOP for on a single month or a fortnight. But when it came to this kind of situation, we used to meet every day. What is the situation? Where is the stock lying? Where is the stock excess? Which is the area where there is a COVID which is happening? Because even the COVID situation was changing the business parameters. So you wanted to be aware where the COVID, for example, if it is West Bengal, where it was a UP, whether it was. So this kind of awareness, including the COVID situation, was very much important in this kind of scenario. So that made us, at least to cater the demand, an uneven demand, and it was unpredictable demand. No demand planning or no planner would have predicted this kind of situation. So agility for accelerating business supply chain was very much important with 5 parameters. So this is what I have just want to say.
Yeah, Masood. Yeah, I think very well said by you, and I appreciate that. Yes. In this such scenarios, pandemic scenario, correct, the agility was uncertain. Basically, it's not only the requirement of agility, but it is uncertain. We was not knowing what is the demand, where is the demand, and the challenges is to adhere to the situation, which was very, very difficult as a supply chain guy. I appreciate that really. And agility plays very important role for the accelerating business. Yes, and be proud that all of us has done 24/7 working. Yes, I know this because we were also working since Remdec were with us. So 24/7 we were on, and we were discussing with the teams, and it's really appreciable that entire supply chain has done a wonderful job with the agility. Yes, appreciate. And really
more difficult was that we were at home, working from home.
Absolutely. And it's not only working from home, but there are a lot of challenges at front edge also, because people are not able to go. There are restrictions on timings. Police are restricting. Passes were not given initially. All that CFA last leg was suffering, and really even logistics players were not available initially. So a lot of this thing, yes, and the agility has made supply chain at least sustain that, and we can reach to our social. We have achieved our social target also as a supply chain guys. Great, Masood. Great insight.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Appreciate. Yes, I will move to the second pointer, where that is also a very important pointer, where can technology make your supply chain agile? And I request Mr. Vijay Shetty to address this or give his input on this particular pointer.
Yeah, the question itself, is very important. And I would say, yes, the technology definitely will help our supply chain to make agile. Okay, I say this, I think Masood ji talked about the pandemic situation and how we reacted to the situation. Okay, I think now let's imagine a situation, particularly on the demand forecasting side. Okay, typically, like when you go and ask the demand planner, will ask, okay, what's the next 3 months, next 6 months, next 2 months, 12 months demand. Okay, so you have something M+3 firmed, okay, and that comes basis the past sales which is happening, what's happening, we are doing, and what is the target focus products that we are going to sell. Okay, now that same input goes to the supply side. Supply side, when I say to the procurement, to the production, they plan it. Now, let's imagine that when we take data, take the forecast in this particular manner, and the situation is normal, I think definitely we can, we will be able to serve our customers, assuming that the forecast accuracy is absolutely right. But let's say the pandemic situation has arisen, okay? And what if we had, okay, let's say on the demand side, particularly let's take the domestic scenario. If we knew what's the number of days of stocks at the SKU level, what stocks have been there with the distributor, or what stock is there at the retailer's end. And if you have system, and here I'm talking about if we have this technology connected, uh, uh, you could easily predict demand. You would clearly know. I think many are from the pharmaceutical industries. I am sure during the pandemic, what we produced, we sometimes also questioned whether we are also going to sell this. Okay? Because the demand shifted from not only selling chronics. Yeah, there was a time where chronic take up because there was panic buying which was happening for some time, and then the focus was because the world, the WHO, everyone talked about immunity. Suddenly, the focus of the product or the sale, which was only minuscule in your past before the pandemic, now has actually become your key segment. Okay, so that is the kind of insight which happens, and where exactly it is happening, at which pocket. And I think if you have this kind of visibility, I think technology can make that possible. Okay. Similarly, at the supplier's end, okay, let's say you're manufacturing and he has a particular lead time also to manufacture. Okay, even if you're importing it from China or from other countries. Okay, and if you don't focus that well, how are you going to make the or I would say serve the demand in the right manner? So hence, I would say a complete integrated planning right from the customer's end till the supplier's end is very, very much important. And in such a pandemic situation, whether it's not on the demand side, but even at the supplier's end, it could also happen that, okay, there are certain key raw materials are not available. So how do we go about selling which customers, key customers or our targeted customers, where we will go instead of sending 100, can we actually do allocation? So all these decisions can be made if it is technologically integrated. Okay, the supply chain is integrated technology. There you can take some agile decisions. You can also make saying that maybe in the East, I'm not in a strong market. I only have 1% share, but in the North, I have 10% of share. And really, I really don't want to lose that particular market and focus or change product of manufacturing. That is what technology can bring in. The real demand which is happening on the ground. Similarly, at the same time, I think we also spoke about logistics side. Okay, how did the market behave? The rates skyrocketed. We already know that in the international market, the kind of rate which has escalated both for imports and exports. Okay, how we could have predicted. Okay, now we are talking about, yes, if we could have actually done better strategy, long-term contracts and other things. Those are the things like which we can not predict at that particular point of time, because of course it's demand supply gap. But yes, what can happen? What is the demand? Okay, because government only said during the pandemic essential services. Okay, but I can tell you there were many companies, including ours, who could also source the logistics at a very competitive rate, because other industries were not operating, and there was excess supply in certain parts of the country as well, where we never faced any problems. Yes, initial there was hiccups, but all this is like more integrated, and if it is integrated with the system, it helps us to take calculative, and I would say more, I would not say accurate decision, but like it will help you, technology will help you to derive at what is the right mix of product I need to manufacture in this particular given situation. What is the demand going to be there? What are the customers' expectation? Where I'm lagging on the capacity side or on the production side? Whether I have alternatives to manufacture. Okay, let's say Sikkim, if the plant is shut down, how I can actually switch over, and that switchover can happen immediately, or it will take 15 days time to like talk about change part movings here and there, rather than things becoming readily available, saying that yes, within 1 week I can be ready there. Okay, similarly at the suppliers end, okay, how we can be more agile in terms of like, okay, trying to see whether they are facing some raw material issues and how we can collaborate with others to actually mitigate that particular situation. So I think this visibility definitely will help with the technology in the supply chain area to actually be successful in the coming days to come?
Yes, Vijay, I appreciate that. Yes, I agree with you also, and everyone will agree because technology has played a very key role in this situation where really we were not knowing the demand and where the product is required, what product is required, and what quantum it is required. And really, this was a challenge for all of us. And yes, technology has played a vital role in these scenarios, these situations, and help us to produce. Like, see, it's not only producing for the sake of producing, but yes, that is the shift has changed. There was a dynamic shift from our regular products to the multivitamins, then sanitizers and other things. So that means the entire shift has changed as per the pandemic situation. So you have to gear up with your manufacturing facilities also. It's not only that, okay, you know the product and which product has to be produced, how much has produced. You also don't know because demand is not been seen as a routine this thing. Yes, so that's the technology has played a vital role, and it has really played a vital role. I agree with you. And thanks for your insight, and it's really appreciable. So I'll go to the another pointer which is very important. How configurable is your supply chain across your customer segments and product families to respond to demand shifts? I'm requesting Dr. Malu to give his inputs.
There is
Madhu.
some
Yeah.
disturbance. There is some disturbance.
Hello.
There is some disturbance.
Somebody has. Hello. I'm requesting management team to please request the participation to close their this thing.
Please go on mute if you're not speaking.
Yeah, Dr. Madhu, please go ahead.
Madhu, you're on mute.
No, I have.
Yeah, sorry.
Dr. Madhu was on mute.
Yeah. Good afternoon and a warm welcome to all the panelists. I would like to thank Rajan for setting up the contest. I agree and echo with the views of Masood and Vijay Shetty. So we had briefly explained the agility of supply chain during the COVID pandemic. And as we know, supply chain has becoming increasingly more sophisticated and more complex. And today it is regarded as one of the critical function for the continuous of many organizations. And as organizations are becoming more and more global in nature, and this is making the supply chain increasingly vulnerable to various risks. And all of us have recently witnessed and experienced the compounding effect of pandemic. COVID-19, as we know, has posed an unprecedented challenges and which has led to supply chain disruption. So many of us have, like, especially from the pharma sector, then FMCG, so they have made their supply chain very robust and agile in such a way that they could able to react to the requirements of the need, and then to the large extent, I think we could able to fulfill the needs of the country as well as most parts of the global markets also. So if I have to talk as a, especially as a pharma, as a case example, we have seen most there was an unprecedented, unforecasted surge in demand of various products, basically for the treatment as well as for the management of COVID. And secondly, as we all of know, like there was frequent changes in the therapy from the various authorities or government bodies, whether it is the WHO or ICMR or even local government, and on-ground practices done by the doctors, which has led to frequent changes and uneven demand and supply in terms of various drugs. So which led to an uneven demand, so which has created disturbances and disruptions in the whole of the supply chain. So today, like as we know, we have a lot of tools with regards to integrating the whole of an end-to-end supply chain using predictive analysis and artificial intelligence. So while Asit from Arcavia like was throwing a lot of insights on the platform and tools which can help us to integrate an end-to-end supply chain. So that is the need of the hour, like how we can digitize an end-to-end supply chain whereby the multiple partners from supply chain across the value chain, whether it is the downstream or upstream products. So where we can integrate and so that the information, see in the flow of information from the customer side to the supply side and back to the customers, if it is seamless, I believe like there could be a lot of variation which we could eliminate. So in supply chain parlance, what we call it as like a blue effect. So I think that should help us to eliminate, or if not eliminate, reduce to a larger extent. So in my belief and understanding, so what I feel the supply chain needs to be extremely integrated so that it can be extremely agile. So while configuring some of the end-to-end supply chain, what I feel like the ingredients which are pertinent here, or first and foremost important thing is the collaborative tool, which can a platform which can help like various partners from their end-to-end supply chain can integrate themselves, and there is a free flow of information from one partner to the another. So there is a very common and important tool which is being used by most of the progressive and leading organizations across the globe. So whether it is FMCG or pharma, so what it is called as a collaborative planning, forecasting, and replenishment model. Secondly, like the reconfiguration should be focused heavily on the network optimization. Like the focus could be on synchronization and optimization of an end-to-end supply network, enabling coordinated actions and which can take care of your risk mitigation also. Then using the latest IT tools like predictive analysis and artificial intelligence, which can help to predict like the action items based on the risk event happening. So today, like in most of the organizations, like we were not aware like what is the risk event impact on various downstream products. So especially when we were looking at pharma, so most of the APIs have their KSM or intermediates coming in from China. So once there is some impact in one of the zone or city, so which is supplying a major chemistry. So probably like if we have a system which can tell us like based on, for example, if there is a disruption in the supply of bromine, so what could be its impact on various downstream products, which APIs could be impacted, and what could be the impact on its finished formulation, and how like various then using an artificial intelligence, the system can able to tell us like which are the products which got impacted and where are the stocks lying which can be moved immediately to the ones where there is a starving. Secondly, like the system should be very lean, which should focus on operational excellence, supply chain optimization, and first and foremost important thing is elimination of waste, because ultimately that will lead to cost optimization. Secondly, the supply chain design consideration should be geography diversity, multi-sourcing, and capacity to respond to market and supply chain disruption. I believe today being competitive is not luxury, but a ticket to be in the game of business. So with this note, I am handing over to Rajan. Thank you.
Dr. Madhu, thanks for your insight. I appreciate your last quote. It's a ticket to the business, basically the opportunities. And yes, going through this pandemic situation, and yes, reconfigurable of supply chain was essential, and really, and it is not only up to the certain marks. Yes, it is up to end to end, and certain decision making was very, very vital at that moment. We can't go with our routine practices. Yes, you should have your RSP and other things, and no, you should have that built-in capacity, or you all rightly said, key artificial or technology support is essential, as well as plus you should have that virtual thinking also. Yes, this is what is to be done, and decision making should be faster. Yes, absolutely right. And this situation has really changed entire supply chain world. It's not and really has given us insight key where we have to stand and how we have to act with this agility, as well as with the technical support. We have to reconfigure our routine distribution channels and other things. Yes, we have attempted a lot of other things which we have not done earlier also. So yes, I agree, and really that's the great insight you have given, Dr. Madhu. Appreciate and thanks for your input. I'll quickly switch on to Ashit. Since Ashit is here, he has shown some presentation, nice presentation. So Ashit, the question is to you, or the pointer is to you: integrating more proactive technology and process in the value chain.
Yeah, thank you, Rajan. I think I'm the odd man out here because everybody else in this panel is a supply chain practitioner and I am a technology guy.
So that's why you are on the panel, Ashit. Great.
Yeah,
but yes, we required your input because we already talk about agility. Technology support is very, very essential and vital role as played in these situations.
Yeah.
And yes, the reconfiguration is also essential when technology support will be there. So please go on. Thanks, Ashit.
Yeah. So I mean, thank you for that. I think it's what is the need of the hour is to have a technology that'll actually help you in mapping your business process and also in driving your business. Because one of the things that we always say is the technology it's a successful technology implementation or a technology adoption only if the process also gets aligned. Because it's like a marriage, the process and technology should have a happy marriage. Only then these things will work well. And from what we have seen, your entire value chain will really be positively impacted by adopting the right technology. Now, one of the things that I run into all the time, when I talk to the business people is, we have they say we have a ERP. For example, say we have SAP, so we are okay with that. We can do our end-to-end value chain optimization using that. But what we tell is that SAP is, or any other ERP is a great ERP. They are good to capture data. They are good for your order transaction, and they're good for your HR, financials, and so on. But when it comes to other pockets of value chain, whether it's your procurement, whether it's your transportation, whether it's your SNOP, there are other tools and other technology elements that are much more better. I mean, the panel can, you can also look up Gartner analysis. You can look up various other, various other papers or various other research, which tells that while the ERP is good for certain things, for everything else in your value chain, you need to plug in different technology elements. Whether it's for transportation, you need to have a better TMS system. For procurement planning, you need to have a better procurement planning tool. For SNOP, you need to have something else. Only then, everything can, kind of orchestrates well. And that we have seen in multiple cases. We in fact seen where, we talk to some of our, prospects and say, okay, we'd like to talk about Archiva implementation for SNOP, and they say, no, we just implemented SAP HANA, so so we don't need an investment. And 2 years later, they come back to us and say, no, we need something for SNOP. And it's a different thing whether they'll choose us or somebody, one of our competition, but that's the way the things are going. So it's very important that, as business leaders, we have to recognize which value chain needs, what technology. Otherwise, like there's no one size that fits all. It has to, every value chain component will have a different an expert. Now, another thing is, that I think that is now going on, like other panelists previous to me also said that supply chain has become a very, very important part of a business. Prior to 2009, back then I was still working in US, where we would see that the top C-level people were mostly from either from HR background or law background or finance background, right? Supply chain persons maximum career tree was till the planning level. But after the 2009-2010 recession in US, and then subsequently post that, we now see, even now the research papers also say that a lot of supply chain professionals are now getting into C-level, because what has happened is supply chain has become a part of your key business drivers. And that's why when people tell, okay, these technology elements comes with the capex, or capital expenditure, and I basically counter that, say, the way supply chain is so important for you, it really, you cannot look at it as an expenditure. It's just a value add for you. So you shouldn't look at it as you're making some investment into some kind of a technology. If the technology works for you, then it becomes a value add for you. So it's very important that the business recognize that these technology are drivers that will really help in making a business more agile and profitable. And I mean, in one of the previous panel, my colleague Nakul was telling how in the COVID times, a company, one of our client was able to go from a monthly forecasting cycle to a weekly forecasting cycle within 3 to 4 weeks, just because they had a technology in place. Otherwise, it would have been a really difficult task. So when these kind of challenges throw up, you will need the specialized technology to actually really help you in terms of making the right move and making the right decisions. So I think I would like to wrap up this section by just saying that when we're all talking about how the demand has changed. The customer behavior is constantly changing. People are going to e-commerce back to your other channels. Customers are getting more demanding. Also, your supply is also your supply side also is changing. For example, your plants are getting more and more widespread. Your suppliers are getting more and more challenging, and you have multiple sources of supply. So the question is, if that is, if your supply chain and if your business is changing so rapidly, then why do you still stick to the old Excel way of planning? I mean, why is Excel still your planning tool in terms of whether you want to do your transportation planning or procurement planning or SNOP? So that is where I think the adoption of technology is very important for the changing needs. And also the technology has to be adapted to your business also. You just cannot say that, okay, I'm going to implement a tool that will just make you work this way for next 10 years. No, the supply chain is changing every day. It's evolving every day. So your tool has to evolve. And that's why the machine learning and AI kind of things that really comes into forefront in terms of trying to solve those problems. Now again, you should other thing that I keep telling to my clients and prospects is that just because your marketing material says it does AI and ML, it doesn't mean that it will work for you. There are sometimes there are even very small basic solution can help in your problem. So I mean, of course, AI. I mean, I'm from the same industry, and AI and ML is the buzzword. Everybody talks about it, but it doesn't mean that every business needs AI and ML. All it needs is an integrated technology that will really help you in driving your supply chain.
Asit, I agree and appreciate your inputs. Yes, integrating technology is the essence for the supply chain. Yes, because going ahead, the supply chain will always be facing a lot of challenges, not only because of this pandemic. Yes, pandemic has given us learning. Yes, we have to have that integrated proactive technologies in place on all the aspects, basically. Yes, and always there is a sword on supply chain guys ki, okay, aapko cost cutting you have to cut the cost and other things, but somewhere management has to take a call here, and they have to be more integrated with the technology support rather than depend on the old distribution planning and this thing. I agree, and really that's the future. Yes, we have to be agile, or rather agile in integrating technology and with all the aspects. It's not only planning or logistics part, but everywhere. I think that's the key input you have given, Harshit. Thank you very much. And that's again last pointers. Neeraj, you are there. Neeraj?
Yeah, Rajan, I'm here.
Yeah, Neeraj. Hi. This last now everything we have gone through it. Okay, supply chain has to be agile. Supply chain has to be technology integrated, reconfigurable as and when needed, and technology plays very important role. Now there are question comes how to explore value chain components that are most affected by industry disruption, as we have seen in pandemic this thing. So how to explore value chain components that are most affected by industry disruption. Yeah, Neeraj. I think you are on mute, Neeraj. Hello, Neeraj.
I think he just dropped off.
We all people share this common platform where we are managing our supply chains, our business strategies. If you look at the two components which we have addressed in entire supply chain, first is how to sustain our business.
Absolutely.
Second is how to sustain our workforce, be it our own people working into the planning, demand planning team, supply type planning team, or maybe manufacturing, logistics, procurement side. How to. So I don't want to discuss much onto the part where we need to do something for our workforce management. There's a huge, large chapter exists for that. I would like to focus more onto the pandemic part where we have to sustain the business. We all talked about one part in the common is the pandemic has changed the demand very effectively in terms of maybe very high demand, very low demand. If you look at the reports published by one of the consultancy, they talked about 55% of the top Fortune 1000 companies has reduced their growth forecast in year 2020. We see the disruptions happen in supply chain. But if you look at the other coin of the report, 45% of top 1000 companies still maintain their growth forecast. That means they had seen a value unlocking in their supply chains. So both the sides, if you look at one where the demand has reduced, second other side is the supply demand has gone up. So if you look at our value chain, the value chain start from your customer and ends your procurement side. If you look at the three components which majorly contribute in a value chain is, one is the procurement side. If your procurement is highly dependent on the global supplies, and we all know that there is China supplies which were there, which disrupted the entire pharmaceutical supply chain in year 2020. Most of the Fortune 500, Fortune 1000 companies talked about, if there are tier 2 suppliers exist which are getting supplies from China market, the supply chains was become more vulnerable, more fragile to cope with the demand changes which are there. And then we all face the same dilemma to secure the supplies of materials from those suppliers which are based out in China, or maybe a developing alternate source which already exists in some of the other countries to ensure that our supply chains disruptions are managed very well, and we all succeed. One of the speaker talked about the decision making in the hands of the people who are working in the supply chain. Yes, the people have taken a decision in order to ensure that our business got sustained. They took a decision, maybe at the procurement side or maybe logistics side, to ensure that they give a higher price, but ensure that business continuity is maintained. And that is where the procurement team is very crucial to manage. Second part I would talk about is in terms of manufacturing sector. If you look at the pandemic which is started, and if you just focus on the first 3 or 4 months, the workforce availability was a crucial concern across the manufacturing sites. If talk about the issues which will happen in Daman or maybe Gujarat border, Vapi area, where people are not allowed to travel because of pandemic, and then the company need to hire people to be placed in the hotels, safe their ensure that their safety is there, maintain hygiene condition, ensure the production is maintained in those belts. Not only this case, be it the case of Baddi area, there are thousands of workers which got migrated, which also impacted the supply chains of foods and other industries. And despite that, we could able to manage that out. The third part, I would say, talk about the logistic part. As Masood already talked about this, if the truck available for a higher price, which is maybe a premium of 50% or 100% more than what is the current standard market size, we paid that premium out and ensure that our supply chains, ensure that customer or market needs are being met. And that is also happened with the global supply chain. If you look at most of the countries when they are going into the pandemic lockdowns, the availability of vehicles or ships or maybe airways were not available, and we need to pay a handsome of cost. But still, we could able to manage and sustain that cost by managing the other component in supply chain, minimizing the other cost parameters in supply chain, and we are able to ensure. So if you look at the overall in the supply chain in three parts, which are the most value disrupting or maybe impacted because of pandemic. One is being your procurement side, where you have a large dependency on tier 2, tier 3 suppliers, which are coming from global location, which got impacted in during the pandemic. Second is the manufacturing force, manufacturing workforce, which is available, and third is the logistics out inbound and outbound, both the parts which got impacted. How should we address this out into the coming months or coming years is, I think we need to make that roadmap for our supply chain to ensure that we could able to leverage the unpredicted demand. Maybe that Ashish talked about the scenario planning, which the software provides us to plan the scenarios in advance. It can be one of the area where we can explore that out. Maybe digitization and more visibility into supply chain to make ensure that we get that visibility in our supply chain early in the hours. We should be able to place those inventories right at the time, so that we should not have a disruption felt into the entire supply chain. We should ensure the manufacturing viability. It is necessary that our manufacturing ecosystem should be maintained well, so that our material suppliers, our contractor companies, our co-manufacturers and other logistic providers get the signals in the right time, so that we should not have any impact in our individual supply chain of the organizations. Also, there is a need to rebalance our production capacities with the demand variability which exists in supply chain. We had seen a huge demand upside and downside in various streams. I know a few of the organizations or industry has seen high demands. I think there we need to have a right capacity or capacity balance with the demand. We need to ensure that right capacities are being managed, or demand should be ensured that we should not get into disruptions. Other challenges last is in terms of digital part. We all talked about the leveraging the digital capabilities. I think yes, AI and ML can add a lot of value to organizations if they are used in right way. We should adopt digital connection with our suppliers, manufacturer, contractors, and other parties, so ensure that we get the right leveraging point in across our value streams. With this note, I would like to say that pandemic taught us a lot of things in the last 1.5 years time. I think now it's time for us to use those teachings to ensure that our supply chains are being well managed in the future, and could able to ensure that there should not be any disruptions in the coming years to come. Maybe we should model that out, digitalize it, or maybe any other AI ML solution we should use it out, or maybe localization which we should go for. I think that we should ensure that happens on the right time, so that disruption can be minimized.
Absolutely, Neeraj.
I
Absolutely.
just want to end the
Neeraj, very well said. And yes, I agree. There are three key components where the challenge has been there. One is the procurement, yes, of course, definitely, and manufacturing. I agree, yes, there was availability was the key issue, because people were suffering from pandemic, and really it was a challenge to manage the continuous production, because one side the demand is there, people were asking, government were putting pressure. The stocks availability was an issue, and yes, third and largely logistics, because somewhere how to reach the stocks. Okay, you are manufacturing, somehow you are managed to manufacture, procure the material, but then how to reach the stocks was a really challenge, and these are the three components was affected a lot. And yes, at higher prices also, every supply chain guy has done that, and they have not seen the cost here, and the main motto of is catering to the patient, need of the patient has been served here by supply chain industry. It's really appreciable and remarkable things the supply chain guys has done across the country. And they tried all this with all these disruptions, they have done this challenges faced on these three components. Yes. And yes, the learning is from this is key. Yes, proactively, like Ashit said, and Dr. Madhu also said, we have to have focus on our end-to-end supply chain components, and we have to be agile, and we have to be basically integrated with technology. The digitalization plays very, very important role now, because and we have to think of out of the box also somewhere. See, somewhere we have to think direct dispatches, somewhere where we have to have this CFA, this thing. Somewhere we have to eliminate various supply chain points also. So that is how one has to think, and really, for that technology integration is very important. Digitalization is vital role. So thank guys and all the leaders for your expertise and viewpoints you have shared with us, and really appreciable. Over to Priyanka, who is there? Priyanka? Hello?
Yeah, this is Amit Arora, and I think we are taking the next panel.
Okay.
I
we have
welcome
an
all
audience.
the.
Hello. Before that, we have an audience question. Amrita, please take over.
Yeah.
Sure.
Can
So
go with the audience questions.
yeah,
Hemangi.
we have some engaging questions out there. So we have first question from audience. Kanika Sharma, she's asking, what are you doing to improve planning in the supply chain?
What is the question? Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, sure. What are you doing to improve planning in the supply chain?
Execution planning.
Can I take that, Rajan? Just one thought on it.
Yeah, Ashit, go ahead.
So, I mean, again, the industry leaders can tell what they're doing, but what we are seeing is, apart from the process itself, the whole pandemic situation has been eye-opener, and it's become a blessing in disguise for a lot of these things. In fact, last 3 months, we have seen 3 times increase in inbound inquiries from India market for implementing advanced planning solution and digitalization. I mean, I've been in India market for 8 years now. I've never seen this kind of traction in terms of, inbound inquiries, in terms of, people looking for, adapting new technology and digitalization in terms of supply chain planning. So I think there's a lot of momentum that way. Again, whether it will materialize into implementations or successful adoption is a different story, but at least we see there's a lot of momentum in terms of people's interest to go digital way and adopt technology.
Great. Yeah, next question, please.
The next question is from Pranjal Shrivastava. He's asking, what are your ways on reactive versus proactive approaches?
So who will take this? Neeraj? They are left.
Can you repeat the question, Priyanka?
Yeah. The question is, what are your ways on reactive versus proactive approaches?
Yeah, absolutely. Because this particular thing always have a proactive approaches, because having a reaction post accident happening will not work. So when the pandemic happened, usually everyone was so proactive that when they knew that the China was going to be shut and the China was having a problem, people in the supply chain forum actually started getting an advance purchases. It started from September, October 20, I suppose. When the news was out of the pandemic and the virus, and we were aware that China is going to be a problem. From that particular time, proactiveness started. So nowhere today, when we were asking for a supply chain availability and the stock availability, many companies, because of their proactive approach of procuring all this material in time, whoever was actually procuring from China, made them possible to ensure that the supplies were not disrupted in Indian market. So that was one particular thing. So obviously, we have to have a proactive approach rather than a reactive.
Yes, I agree with Masood. I think it's supply chain industry has shown that proactiveness and approach rather than reactive approach.
Exactly.
Appreciate that. Yeah, Namrata.
So actually, we are running out of time. We do have more questions from audience as well. So I will share you the link so that you can answer that questions over there.
No problem.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
That ends our session. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, leaders. Thanks
Thank
for
you so
all
much.
support.
Before logging off, I request all the leaders to open up their videos and smile.
I also should open.
Yeah, all the leaders. Thank you. Thank you all the leaders for adding the value to this forum from your insightful discussion. Now we have the third panel for the day, and the topic is the art of supply chain, creating solutions for the new normal. Today, 150 plus CXOs and 350 plus attendees are watching this live on our website. Here I call moderator Mr. Amit Arora from Cummins, Shashi Ranjan from Tata Motors, Pramod Sant from Siemens, Mandar Kotwade from Velio, Subrat Kumar Sahu from JSW Steel, Preetam Shimpi from Schindler India, Mohit Gulyani from Moglix, Manjeet Vijayam from Arkiva. I request Mr. Amit Arora from ACC Limit to start the panel discussion.
Yeah, thanks, Namrata. Thanks for inviting us. I think it's a very, very appropriate topic in these times because of all we have experienced and what we have learned from these disruption and unprecedented times. Basically, these times actually disrupted the entire global supply chains. COVID pandemic ushered an era where supply chains were required to basically introspect and focus to improve the agility and resilience in order to effectively navigate and respond to the current disruption and uncertainty. So we definitely had witnessed a lot of uncertainties. You see these basically stockouts and all of that. But I think the amount of disruption that was created by the pandemic, because there were a lot of restrictions, there were red, orange, and green zones, and the demand hotspots. So how to actually start your production when it was stalled because of regulatory measures. So all of this actually called for a detailed introspection of how we can be better prepared for all of this. And now I think organization and industries, even country per se, have demonstrated that supply chains can be immune to external disruptions if we are using the innovative practices, use of digital technologies, and basically be ready for such kind of disruptions and catastrophic events. So, we have to maintain balance and efficiency in critical times, and also drive change, because it's people who would actually be the catalyst of these changes. So though India is basically at a hotspot, reason being you can see that the global dependence on China is reducing. So we have a very strong macroeconomic fundamental, favorable demographic dividend, the kind of workforce that we have, improved ease of business that the government is bringing in, and the economy is expected to grow at a very good pace going forward. You can see one of the resilience was seen by even India's capital markets, wherein I think they have shown a very good resilience in terms of basically factoring the future of Indian economy. So I think there is a lot, and India can position itself as an attractive investment destination for investor across the globe by strengthening the key supply chain pillars of infrastructure, system, demography, and demand. With this opening remarks, I would like to welcome all the panel members, Mr. Mohit Gulyani, who's a senior director at Moglix, Good afternoon, Mohit. Mr. Preetham Shimpi, he is General Manager Supply Chain at Schindler India. Mr. Manjeet Vijayan, he's a Senior Consultant at Acrivia. Mr. Shashi Ranjan, who's Head of Logistics at Tata Motors. Mr. Pramod. Then we have Venkatesh. Mr. Venkatesh, I would request Mr. Pramod and Venkatesh to introduce themselves.
So, yeah, my name is Pramod Sant. I am heading the import exports for Siemens in India.
Yeah, Mr. Venkatesh. Yeah, so I think we can take the panel discussion because we have all got, I think, the key pointers that the audience would like to basically ask the experts and ponder upon. So my, I think, first question regarding the what are the ways to reduce high fixed and variable costs in supply chain? So based on the experience at Tata Cummins, I would request Mr. Sachin Tyagi, based on his wide experience from Cummins as well as from the supply chain in general, to throw light on this topic.
Sachin is not here.
Yeah, I think this question can be taken by Mr. Shimpi, Mr. Preetham Shimpi. Mr. Preetham, your mic is on mute.
Yeah. So when it comes to the cost, but obvious we always think for the cost cutting, but that is not the case what I experienced during my journey in Schindler. So what always we do, we try to align our processes, optimize the processes and efficiency. We focus more on that. But obvious, recent pandemic has also taught us a lot about how to use the digitization. The earlier thinking was if we go for a digitization, then it will be a cost increase or maybe our fixed cost will go up. But what we learned from our experience that if we invest in a right direction with the proper preparation, definitely the overall cost goes down. So that is what our experience is. Maybe I will share some practical example with you rather than sharing some theoretical examples. As on today, our entire supply chain is, since we are 100-year-old company, and we got a lot of chance to improvise our physical processes. And with that, we as a global company, we started connecting our processes digitally. And recently, we have completed Aprizo project, so which gives us the complete production details on our desktop. So the initial cost is little high. We agree with that, but then the efficiency what we are getting out of it, that is tremendous. We are getting a timely reports. We are understanding which machine is having the problem, what is happening on the each workstation, and what we need to do. And with this monitoring, it doesn't mean that we are pressurizing or there is a pressure on the employees. In fact, they are performing efficiently because they knows that this is what the takt time set on the particular assembly line or on the machine, and they have to complete within that time. And they are reporting it. If anything goes wrong, the automatic report goes to the top level, and immediately the action happens. In fact, the production team is happy now because immediately they get extended support from the maintenance team. Their problems are getting resolved if anything related to the material issues or any other function which responsible for to maintain that assembly line. So that way the efficiency has gone up, and that has helped us to reduce our the variable cost. Of course, the little bit fixed cost is there, but then there is a ROI. Coming back to the total cost optimization, how we are doing it. So we are following a few years back, we were totally dependent on the SNOP process, where we were only getting the inputs from our sales team. But sales team inputs are not sufficient because if there is a issue in any forecasting, or if they have not predicted it well, then entire planning for the complete year, in fact, for the upcoming 2 to 3 years strategy, it may get impacted. So what we did, we have gone ahead and then we have started the integrated business planning process, where all key stakeholders of the organization, they have the weekly meeting. So there are 3 meetings, basically the product review meeting, another one is a supply review meeting, demand review meeting, and we have a spare part division. So we have a spare part demand review meetings. So all these through meetings, we get a lot of inputs. So that is helping us to control our overall. We know that after 6 months, how much capacity will be needing, what kind of investment we are required, or which are all the areas we have to improve on. So those advanced planning is helping us to control our, I will say, firefighting. We are not doing it right now. So we are taking the steps well before it is needed, and that way we are controlling our fixed as well as the variable cost. Now the question will come, are we doing it through meetings, or is there any tracking? Definitely we cannot only do it through meetings, because there are a lot of efforts are required to track, monitor and all. So we are also planning for a digitization of this particular process. So when these are all the broader terms of what I explained, which has benefited us a lot. But even small steps, like we also implemented the logistics app, which is tracking the end-to-end process. So for example, when the order has come to Schindler and when we deliver it up to the customer end, so the entire cycle is tracked through the logistics app. Even the vehicle tracking is integrated with that. So again, the initial cost, we were a little bit initially we were thinking the cost is high, but the benefit point of view, if you see that we have reduced the dependency on man. So there is no more phone calls from our sales engineers or sales people. Uh, so our backend team is happy because they are putting more time on the valuable time in some other areas. Our field people are happy because they need not to call. They can also give the real-time updates to the customers. But it definitely helps us to gain the customer confidence. The earlier, when verbal commitment we used to give, customer may believe or may not believe. But with this kind of technology, they can see it online, where the vehicle has reached, how the material is getting tracked, or where the material is in now, in which process it is stuck. So they get a confidence and assurance that sure shot the elevator will be there on their place, and so and so on. So these are all some benefits of technology. I am integrating technology as well as cost, because that way we could control our fixed and variable costs. There are other efficiencies which are well known, which is easily available on the Google. So efficiency improvement, then training to the people. So those are all the few steps we keeps on taking.
Sure. I think thank you very much for I think a lot of insights from your rich experience with Schindler and your experience as a professional in the area. So next, I would like to go to Mr. Shashi Ranjan and get his insights on basically how should we optimize the automotive parts visibility, inventory management, and routing by using best practices in supply chain.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Am I audible?
Yeah, perfectly audible.
Yeah, okay. So welcome everyone, and thank you for taking out time also for this meeting, because everybody is so occupied in their work. And welcome, Mr. Sant. It's really good to see, and I'll see you again. So with respect to the question, Mr. Amit, what I would like to say is that though Mr. Simpy touched on various factors already, what I would talk about is first about the operations, and then probably about the spare parts distribution or the warehousing concepts. So to start with, so probably what happens in the operations today in the supply chain area, we have a lot of our people, a lot of our good workmen employed over there. They are doing the supply chain work, especially the line feeding and things like that, bringing the materials on the production line, stocking and all those activities, which is done close to the close to the lines, production lines. So probably what we have observed is that it's better to employ those people into some other productivity area, where because they are your skilled manpower. So probably more into the production stage, and these activities can be diverted or can be outsourced to third-party logistics, which are considered to be the expert into handling these areas, which can actually do it with a lot more comfort, lot more in a more productive way, and also they can reduce the manpower cost. So the question which you had asked was, how do we reduce the fixed cost, and how do we improve the parts planning? So these are some of the plans that we can be doing. So the non-productive area, like if you see supply chain as in totality, if you have to do line fitting, that can be thought of outsourcing. Of course, it will differ from companies to companies as to how much they can outsource. So then that activity is one side. When I talk about the other concepts like the consolidation centers, like the VMI, so there are two different models of bringing the material to the plant. So when it comes to VMI, of course, the liability, the responsibility is of the supplier. So what happens is that they have to stock it close to your plant, obviously, because then you will be missing on the just-in-time concept. So those activities can be done for your A class, B class items, and for the C class, of course, you can have different other strategies in place, like the PTL loads and other transportation models. What we also operate is, through consolidation centers. So that is actually a good cost saving measures which can be taken. So in spite of running with various transporters inside the plant, because if you give it to the supplier, they will be bringing it in bits and pieces, and also into smaller vehicles, bigger vehicles. So your plant will be chalked up with so many vehicles coming inside the plant. So the strategy is to consolidate it through a consolidator, basically a logistics 3PL or something, and then it can be routed and brought to the plant. So that's also a way of working which we normally do. That is called as consolidation center strategy, which we follow. And when I go outside the plant, when it comes to distribution, now there has been a process of having manpower for warehousing, and then a lot of technology development has happened. People have tried to bring in space constraints were happening. There was always a requirement of whenever your sales was increasing, now you have to increase your warehouse facilities, you have to increase your rent area, you have to increase your overall capacity. So various models were developed wherein you can reduce the capacity, you can reduce the space, and basically utilize it through the 3PL operators. It also changes the way how you settle the contracts. That also is one of the insight which I can give you. So probably you should not make it on or rather it will differ to company, but for in our case, we don't do it on manpower basis, and we more are towards the productivity enhancement and productivity basis. So that's how we do it in here in Tata Motors.
I think nice to know, nice to understand from you. Next, I would like to move to Mr. Manjeet Vijayan from Acrivia. I would like to ask you about how should we prioritize end-to-end visibility and basically and bring simplicity in the system.
Yeah. Hi, Amit. Thanks. Basically, I can say that as a supply chain solutions professional, I'm always excited to talk about visibility because within the supply chain, because that's what we try to bring in. And I think there is no better time to talk about end-to-end visibility than this, when we are dealing with so much of uncertainty, both at the demand part as well as the supply part. So talking about the end-to-end visibility, doing a lot of these implementations, that is solution implementations, I get opportunities to talk with the real end users of the software. That's the supply chain planners who work with. So when I was in fact trying to figure out their expectations regarding these end-to-end visibilities within the supply chain, that's what do they expect from a software in terms of visibility. So one interesting thing that I noted is that most of them had their expectations derived from these latest platforms like e-commerce platforms, especially like Amazon, where they have the lowest level of details thrown to you as a user, or as a client, or as a customer. So even if they move around one of the, I mean, like if they just move around I think from one palette to another, you get a notification, or you can just track it over your phone or whatever application you have. So that is the kind of expectation that has been set in the user or the software user crowd these days. So I mean, like, basically, when we talk about the solution or like software as such, when we compare it with, I mean, like the visibility standpoint, I feel that there are two pillars to it. One would be like data representation or data visualization capabilities, and which is like as equally as important as your computational capabilities of a software, because then only as a planner one would be able to derive some actionable insights and kind of comprehend the insights and take some corrective actions if required. So then a few aspects in terms of the context of visibility from a supply chain standpoint is that we always, as supply chain solution providers, we always highlight is it's good to have visibility, and more importantly, it's good to think how connected your data is across the module. So suppose if you have a full suite Archiva, I mean, like kind of a supply chain solution implementation, how connected each of your modules are, how good does one change in one module flow to another. So end to end, how is your data connected, and how good is your kind of reflection of the changes across the module, and then how good or how structured your or how layered your data is in terms of representation. So say for example, a C-level executive doesn't need a detailed finance schedule that would happen in your shop floor, and like a shop floor labor might not, I mean, like an employee might not need a kind of a high level S&OP summary. So it's always very important to have the exact layer of representation of the data. And then these days, as I referred the Amazon as an example, it's always important to know how accessible your data is. Say, for example, I mean, like mostly on your the S&OP summaries or kind of supply chain summaries, if those things are available on the mobile or on your iPad, that would be the best thing that a C-level executive might love to have. And so basically these things, visibility, inducing visibility using these aspects of data, like basically they give or become a key driver for connected planning, like what the co-panelist from Siemens was saying. They have visibility across the systems. So he was mentioning about demand review, supply review, and then spare parts review, where they have complete visibility of what is happening in each of these modules. So that's the key or the starting point for a connected planning system. And a connected planning system would then eventually, what it would lead to is something what we try to practice or we try to implement as called as an exception-based management. So what that means is you only manage your exceptions that occur in your supply chain. What is normal, and that would be handled and by a software or something that is autonomous can do by itself. And your whole focus would be to solve exceptions and to improve upon what is currently existing in your plethora or your plate. Yeah, so that's what I had about visibility on end-to-end about the supply chain.
Sure. So next I would like to go to Mohit. Mohit, who's basically working with Moglex. So I would like your insights on basically what are 2-3 basically innovative things that you are doing with Moglex and which could be useful for the audience. Plus, I would like your views on digital supply chain in manufacturing. Basically, that can bring in supply chain efficiency.
Absolutely, absolutely. And thank you so much for giving that question to me, Amit. And first of all, before I start, I mean, salute to all the supply chain heroes here who kept the supply chain active and running during the 2 super big waves of COVID that had impacted us as a country. So I'll give a heartfelt thanks to all of you who kept the supply chain running during this time. Coming back to the question, and essentially, we could break the question when it comes to technology, when it comes to digital piece. Ultimately, see, we are talking about two large things. First is increasing the visibility, and second is bringing down the cost, whether they are fixed cost or variable cost. And talking about cost for any manufacturing setup, where do the costs actually go? So we analyze that in detail. And typically, whenever a manufacturing organization buys the products, first of all, in the inbound supply chain, the 70% of the cost goes to raw material, right? Raw material in Tata Motors context, bill of material, direct material. Shashi mentioned class A, class B, class C. So class A would typically take away the 70% of the cost. Then the remaining 20% of the cost will go to the class B sort of spend, which are manpower, machinery, capexes, expansion, electricity, etc. And then remaining 10% of the cost goes to everything else under the sun. Now, some people would call this everything else as indirect spend. Some will call it non-bill of materials. Some will call it indirect spends. We call it MRO. MRO stands for a globally recognizable term, which stands for manufacturing, repair, and operations out of spends. Now, the problem is that by spend, this is hardly 10% of the spend for an organization. But in terms of number of SKUs, and all of you supply chain experts would agree that in terms of number of SKUs, these would be 70% long SKU list that you will be procuring, right? In terms of number of suppliers, the non-strategic tactical vendors you are buying these products from across so many plants that you would be having across the country, again, 60 to 70% of the vendors would just be contributing to 10% of the spend for the organization. And a lot of people across supply chain, across procurement, across stores, across maintenance, across planning would essentially be engaged in managing only 10% of the spends by value. So although the spends is just 10%, a lot of cost is actually going in there. The invisible cost that could be avoided, but just by the design is going there, and we see a problem there. So what Moglix does as a large aggregator is we consolidate all these indirect spends and tell to the people that you don't have to run pillar to post to buy all these indirect products, because you can get it from Moglix under one roof. And in doing so, we bring down your cost, we give you efficiency, we give you the very big benefit of aggregation and consolidation. So today we would be catering to close to 3,000 plus large manufacturing plants on a month-on-month basis. And if you're buying as just an aggregate of 2 or 3 plants, we can get on that aggregation benefit that we've been able to create and pass it, a part of it to you, and keep a part for ourselves. So essentially that's what we do. And also help them bring down their cost, not in terms of just the transaction cost, but the total cost of ownership. Whether it has to be about their inventory, can we predict it better? Can we do a VMI? Can we bring the cost down? Whether it is about ensuring that all the plants are following the same pricing structure, the same processes, and that they're getting the products in full and on time using our services through our own physical supply chain, through a network of 28 warehouses that we have across the country today. And essentially, addressing that part of the cost, and then offering them an experience like an e-commerce experience. Today, if you order anything on Flipkart and Amazon, Manjeet spoke about Amazon, right? Today, if you order anything on Amazon, you can get to know that, this is the time when my mobile phone will be coming to my home. But do you get the similar experience in your factory or on your shop floor that you've ordered a bearing to a nearby shop? When will you get it? Because your line is held up because that bearing has broken up in your production line. You wouldn't get that visibility today prior to Moglix. But today, the factory user can just log into the app and check that against his SAP PO number, this, which was ordered on X date, he's going to get the product on this particular date. That sort of transparency coming in, that sort of visibility coming in without any physical exchange of information, and making it seamless like a B2C buying experience is what Moglix has been able to innovate and deliver. So yes, that's a brief about what we have done in an innovative manner to bring down the cost and increase the visibility.
Yeah, thanks, Mohit. I think wonderful insights. Next, I would like to move to Mr. Pramod Sant and get his views from, I think, what 2-3 things I think were basically challenges with Siemens during this 2 waves and how they dealt it. And I would also like his views on basically managing the supply chain of I think the next disruption is towards electric vehicles. So I would like his insights of basically how we can manage the supply chain of connected electric and autonomous vehicles.
So, Amit, thank you. So, one, I will clarify that, okay, regarding electrical vehicles, or that is not my subject. So, I will skip that, or I will leave it for somebody else.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So
I will
we have Shashi in the panel. He's from Tata Motors. They've got Nexon and whatnot in their kitty.
We'll get it from him.
He's the best guy. Yeah.
So apart from that, I look after really the international procurement and import-export supply chain. So I will focus on that. So when you talk about the fixed cost or a variable cost, I will say the first step is that you need to understand what are the cost elements in that. So if you don't know what cost elements are there, what is your freight, what is your ex-works handling charges, what is your other surcharges you are paying, what are your CFS costs, what are your clearing costs, whether you are using the right type of classification, and whether you are able to use free trade agreement. So if when you want to talk about any cost, you need to have the analysis, what the costs are involved, what cost elements are available. Then you are able to decide that. So in order to capture the cost elements, you need to have processes in place. If you don't have proper processes, you will not able to capture any cost, so that then there is no possibility. And when these processes are there, you require some system to capture this cost. If you look at a simple, if you are getting shipment from air, on airway there will be 10 type of costs are mentioned. If you don't have the breakup of each of these costs, you will not be able to analyze the impact of that. Similar way, to ensure this capture, you require a system. And with today's view, this needs to be digitized system. It should come to automatically. People should not be able to, should not be entering this cost from one paper to another. So it should come automatically. So this is very important, that you have to understand to control your cost or reduce the cost, monitor the cost. You have processes and digitized system in place, which will give you all the insights. And then your work will start, whether you have what you are able to control the cost. Another point is very important in this cost for international we're saying now lot many schemes are coming with respect to the government. They are working on various alternatives. Say for example, various free trade agreements you are able to use. If you get the material from Thailand or Malaysia or some parts from Korea, are you able to save some duty on that? Maybe the duty is lower than if you are getting it from USA or from Germany. So what kind of free trade agreements you will use, you need to think. Similar way, very important is that in order to reduce some of the cost, which could be, you can call it variable cost, as the delays in clearance or customer damages, etc., you use the government which facilities are giving, like authorized economic operator. Then your custom clearance will be done really in a half a day or even a couple of hours, and you will save a lot of cost. You will save another cost if you are to give some for concession, some bank guarantees, which is not required. You will save the cost. So there are many ways. But however, one is that you cannot have generalized statement that how I will do that, because you could have what I call is that in any factory also there will be many supply chains to handle. So each needs to be focused and analyzed in this way, analyze the data analyzing, and then taking various alternatives to reduce the cost. This could be my initial comment. However, I will give some of the real practical examples as we proceed, and how to do that in international job. Yeah, thank you. Back to you.
Sure. I think thanks a lot. Next, I would like to interact with Mr. Subrat Sahu and get his insights from JSW Steel of how basically they actually showed resilience in these two waves, and what are, I think, the key innovative things that they are trying to bring in a lot more efficiency in the process of supply chain and manufacturing.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. We mostly deal with huge quantity of iron ore, because basic ingredient, basic raw material for steel is mainly iron ore. So 80% of the iron ore, you'll be surprised to know that most of our plants, they are far away from the iron ore mines. So what happens and the mining operations, they involve in such an area which are very remote, where there are no road infrastructures, no rail infrastructures. It's all there, but they are not in comparative to the international standards. So what happens in we produce almost from our own mines around 25 million tons of iron ore. So which we move through various multimodal logistics system, like it comes from the mine shed to the various railway sidings. Still, we use a crude method, road transport. We everywhere we're trying to reduce, but we don't have any other option to evacuate the material from the mines to the various railway sidings. Then from the railway sidings, it goes. There are some plants which are not having captive ports. We send directly the material by rail to those plants, and some plants we have which are shore-based plants for us. The material comes to the various ports, and from the various ports we move again by coastal shipment to our own captive jetty. From there it goes by the conveyor system. So if you ask me, in spite of having such a huge lead, we have been successful to reduce or to minimize the road component, and we have minimized the rail component wherever is possible, and you are using the sea mode. For that reason, we are able to survive in the steel market. And mostly, if you see, the innovative ideas, we take this railway indenting system. That also government of controlled directly by the government of India, and the complete rail is controlled, the allocation of the rakes, the condition of the rakes, the turnaround of the rakes, and the infrastructural rail lines which were available in India. There are so many bottlenecks which I think it's really if the government of India wants to develop the rail network, there are scope for investment as well as scope for returns also. If you ask me, mostly the Indian logistics cost, that is because of our not very sophisticated rail infrastructure, because due to not having a sophisticated, highly automated infrastructural in railway arrangements, we lose time. Ultimately, we lose money out of that. And still, we are trying to put wherever is possible, like our own raw material handling system, our own supply chain management system, wherever possible. We are trying to have the digitalization to reduce the manpower, to have a proper accounting of the material, to have to minimize the loss while in the transit. So what I will try to tell, there are very small, there are in all supply chain management, the most part is, instead of going for giving a bigger target, let's analyze that which are the processes in the supply chain which you can avoid. Then if you are able to do that, to eliminate those processes, I'm sure you will be reducing about 10 to 15% of your logistics cost. That is the way we are able to manage so far. That's all from my side.
Next, I'll move to Mr. Shashi Ranjan. I'll knock him again for one more query on basically how we can manage the supply chain of connected and electric autonomous vehicles. So basically, these are one is I think Nexon is doing well in this area. Plus, there are also autonomous vehicles which basically work on in the warehouses and automate the overall system. So I would like your insights on both these areas.
Okay, so first, Amitji, I would like to talk about the electric vehicles first to start with. So if you see, the electric vehicles, it attracts everyone today. If it's a big topic of discussion everywhere, because it's a technical change, which industry is going through. Of course, it is going to come over the period of time. So today, if the buyer has to buy a vehicle and he has to opt for the choices, like there was diesel and petrol earlier, and now electric. So it's always a confusing factor today for the user which one to buy. But because this is a developing stage of the electric vehicles. But over a period of time, this is going to be the thing. So people are already, going to the change of the transmission, which is already happening. If you see, a lot of automatic vehicles are now in place. In fact, all the models today will be having an automatic thing. So probably with electric coming in, the gear system will completely go away, and it will be a full, automatic drive. With the ease of comfort, it also is going to save you on the cost, and also this all things are already there. Now when it comes to the supply chain and handling of the electric vehicles, to start with, what happens is actually the what is the core element over here. It's not the engine, it's the battery. So how do we handle this? That's the first thing, because battery is a dangerous goods. So Mr. Sant will agree, it is not so easy to import dangerous goods like the normal one. So then there will be a transformation, a shift towards this, how imports and processes will be made, so that the import of such batteries becomes more efficient. Because even there were some issues in the past where there was an accident which has happened in one of the ships, which was carrying battery, and it became more difficult to import DG batteries. Then there is a shift from the government where we want to make these batteries in-house in India. I don't know how much it is going to happen at this point of time, at what stage the development is, but of course over the period of time, this it may happen that we are capable enough of manufacturing batteries completely over here in India, with no support from outside world. But yeah, because some of the components still needs to be imported. So for the dangerous goods perspective, the supply chain will have to be made more robust, how it has to be imported, how it has to be stored, and how it has to be fed in the vehicle. So challenge when it comes to the supply chain handling of these vehicles.
I think excellent
And
insights. Yeah. Yeah. Please carry
yeah,
on.
anything. Yeah. So apart from this, the the other parts are quite similar, to be imported and to be procured and stored. But for the electric, as the segment is, you will have to have a different setup altogether. It cannot be the same thing applying to the normal vehicles will apply here. So a proper dedicated team towards electric has is the I think all the companies are doing it, and it is also here in our company. So this is the way how electric has been taking up, and it gradually increasing. We are always every month we are finding that it is on an increasing path only. And yesterday also, if you have followed, I think there is some vehicle which is, I think our president has issued a LinkedIn post something, wherein there is some vehicle going to be launched for the uh, for the retail use, or rather not for the retail use, for the taxi use and all. So that thing is also going to come up. So a lot of developments are happening with respect to EV. But as far as the immediate start is concerned, we I don't know how quickly it is going to start, but yes, it will take time. But the work is, with respect to SCM also, it has been started, and it's a very very different way of handling those components. Yeah.
I think government is
Back to
also
you.
incentivizing in a big way. Particularly, they would like to replace part of the fleet, which is basically taking goods transport, and plus also for the personal vehicle use. They are very keen on giving good subsidies also to the end users in terms of EV.
That's right.
And
There is no
yeah,
registration charges applicable. Yes, there is no registration charges when you go and register those vehicles. So I think registration charges is free.
yes. So I would like to ask Manjeet about basically what were the learnings from the two waves, and basically what went well and what could have been done differently.
Okay. Yeah. So we had two waves, and together with the waves came the uncertainties. And as supply chain solution providers, if you ask me what went bad, we had longer extended working hours because there were changes all around, and people were trying to rapidly, which was like kind of unexpected in all sense. So those who had systems in place were trying to change the systems or make those systems adapt to these changes. And those who were not having any systems were actively trying to procure a system as in like a software system that could handle your supply chain. They were actively trying to procure one or to get into some level of maturity. So like I told, for somebody who had some level of end-to-end visibility, they could see what was coming. And unfortunately, most of the times they couldn't do anything because things were that bad. But for somebody who didn't have a system, they couldn't even see what was coming, and they only knew when it came and hit them. So yeah, so in terms of like, if I choose some specific examples, I guess my other colleague Nakul had already discussed this in the previous discussion as well. There were some like kind of SNOP meetings. The frequency of SNOP meetings were increased. The level of detailing that was involved in the SNOP meetings, that also drastically changed. He also quoted of an example where the monthly demand planning buckets were even brought down to weekly buckets. Then how, the real challenge was when you're trying to do the forecasting process. Okay, you never really know what your actual demand is going to be. So there were some stochastic and probabilistic models that we had built within Archiva, and we tried to kind of rectify or correct what we call as outliers and detection, and kind of rectifying these and giving this as kind of a refined input to the forecasting model. So those kind of exercises became more frequent during these times as like kind of a supply chain solution providers.
Yeah, so I would like to get insights from Mr. Preetham. So if we compare like the pre-COVID and COVID, and then now when the things are now slowly improving and ramping up, so how do you see like the changes in the demand, particularly in your area with Schindler? How do you see the demand moving, and what is your basically, how do you factor how it will be in future? I think microphone is on mute.
Yeah. So good evening once again. So I hope now I'm audible.
Yes.
Yeah. See, for elevator industry, our demand starts when the elevator gets sold, and it completes when we are handing over it to the customer. Now there was a pandemic, but of course the construction work was held for 1 month or maximum by 2 months. Again, it has started, and it was under construction work is now continuing. New projects are again continuing. So there is I will say hardly any impact. I will say postponed of demand. It's not an impact of demand on our industry at least. So the numbers are intact. The only thing is now the pressure is quite high on us to supply those backlogs, and that has come up. New orders have started coming up, and now how we are overcoming it. So what we did, first of all, our first job was to take care of our people, keep them healthy, and give them facilities so that they don't come in contact with others. So bubble kind of facilities we have given it to them. We used to pick up from them from house, come to the factory with all those precautions, COVID related precautions we took it, and again we used to drop it them with the special cab systems. So those are the systems we have implemented so that the people are there to support to the demand. So those processes we have taken. Now when we are saying that little bit the process post COVID, the people are there, the materials are coming in, additional procurement we have brought in. We have developed a few quick supplies nearby our vicinities. Of course the cost was little high, but then it is the need of the hour. We took those kind of drastic steps so that we can cater our customers on time. So those kind of actions we have taken. And for the upcoming, there is a hardcore learning out of it. We got stuck because of the international freight, which maybe Pramod San can touch on that point. We got impacted because of that, but that has given us a lot of opportunity to get the supplies quickly developed in near vicinity. At the same time, what we did, we are extensively driven, technology driven manufacturing plant. So that has helped us to sustain for even in a pandemic, because by sitting at working from home also we could understand what's happening in the plant, and that has helped us to control the entire processing. So that way we are less impacted. Of course we have a backlog, but we are sure that we will be covering it in another 1 or 2 months, and we will be on absolutely track. We are the lowest lead time from order to delivery. We are the lowest in the industry as on today, and we will regain those lead times again. Yeah.
I would like to get insights from Mr. Pramod regarding like what solutions, new solutions you used during in 2020-21, and what are the solutions that you feel like would actually enable us to basically steer ourselves as an organization if any such disruption comes in future.
Yeah. So thank you, Amit. So it was really definitely challenging or unplanned thing which would happen once in a lifetime. But luckily, last couple of years, we were really focusing on digitization, which has helped us. Say, for example, I will tell you, we have roughly around 35,000 air import shipment and close to around monthly around 200 shipments by sea. So all this data which comes from my supplier principal, this comes by EDI. So as soon as they are dispatched, they cut their invoice and that invoice flows into our system so that we know what is coming. Our freight forwarders who are abroad, they are able to connect it with that invoice, what is the airway bill which they are putting or which bill of lading they are putting. So this data electronically is able to flow to my custom brokers, and then they are pushing it to the custom system, which is all digitized. So if you look at barring couple of first days when the custom itself was not clear and they were only working on health related items, we had a little bit challenge, but otherwise our flow was continuing and people were able to do. And because of our digitization pressure, the custom brokers were already ready, or freight forwarders, they were ready. Those who were having some work on desktop, they moved their desktop to their homes so that they will not interrupt anything on digitization. They will clear. Similarly, at later stage, when you clear some consignments, you are able to get all papers. The customer was really good that many things they accepted digitized, even bonds or letters undertaking, scan they were accepting. So which helped. And the data which flows back from broker system to me, which was already is able to use to make the goods receipt or make a billing, which was useful. All the people were always giving us the bills in data and scan form. So if there is a bill of 100 rupees, I get a data of 100 rupees and I get a scan bill of 100 rupees, which was already in practice. So we are able to check whether that 100 rupees is as per contract or not electronically and copy to support that. And we continued with this digitization way. So to that extent, we never face a problem of backlog or delays, anything. However, we improved on from that, and you will be surprised. Uh, Everybody know we will know, but there is a very fine point into at airport. When the shipment comes into airport till it comes out, there is no data available. What time the flight came, or what time the flight was segregated, what time the material was gone into the bins inside airport, or what time it was taken out, or what time it loaded in airport vehicle. So we connected with Mumbai International Airport along with their system called a GMAX through Kale Logistics. So, and we are now getting every 4 hour upload directly from this MIL GMAX system. So this was done into last year August, which helps me. So I know that if flight has come at night 1:10, then by morning before I get up, I know that it has landed or it has gone, it got segregated or it gone to its place. I am able to trace at within airport also which vehicle, my vehicle which is loaded, what time it is coming out, what time the custom duty was paid. So we did further things which helped us further to really pinpoint into the delays, errors, and what could be done. So I feel that number one is that, as I mentioned, the knowing the processes and digitization on that will be a key solution. To overcome any of the challenges, and challenges are coming. You saw Suez Canal, we had a trouble. So people take long time to find out whether my container is there on ship or not that ship. What is inside that container? Similar, so like all these issues which are coming, which you are able to really tackle on the time. Then you are able to decide whether I should order another material, or we really can wait for that material issue get resolved. And another point which Pritam mentioned about the freight, yes, definitely because of there are no passenger flights, freighter availability got reduced, your rates definitely increase. But based on your collaboration and with your global partnership or your setting, you are able to mitigate such risk to some extent. You will not be able to do it fully, but in this period, what we have found that the collaboration and trust with your supply chain partner is very vital. If you are able to trust them, they are trusting you, and together you work on some issue, that collaboration is the one which will take you through any of such events which are unplanned, and you will be able to find out the way. I think these are the few points I wanted to mention. Amit, back to you, Amit.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I think a lot of insights from the industry stalwarts and varied backgrounds. We from infrastructure to digital disruption companies. So I think a lot of this is helpful to basically strive and drive the agenda that we had was basically creating solutions for the new normal and beyond. So we touched upon autonomous vehicles, we touched upon electric vehicles, supply chain efficiencies, because this pandemic actually wanted the organizations to actually demonstrate resilience, because there was a daunting task in terms of data that was required to basically steer and maneuver the large organizations in this pandemic. So I definitely feel there are a lot of opportunity areas that supply chain has worked upon, and there are a few in which I think refinement and further retuning will be required, particularly in areas of digital adoption, digital supply chain. If you see use of artificial intelligence to basically bring out what best decisions that we should take without any intervention, because the thing is, if the system is algorithm is giving us based on the data, I think it will be smart enough over a period of time. It will get smarter and smarter, and basically help us in meaningful decision making. Plus, then there are definitely personal interventions where experience plays a big role. So one is the digital aspect of supply chain, other one is the resilient aspect of the supply chain. So we have to bring in agility in supply chains, because there were a lot of disruptions. There were a lot of hotspots emerging during the supply chain, particularly if you see when India was struggling with ventilators. So a lot of the automobile companies, they rejigged their automobile supply chain to produce ventilators. So all this agility is required because the times are basically, it's like there is a lot of uncertainty in future. So the way second wave come up, basically we were feeling like after the first wave, like it will taper now, the way it happened in other parts of the world. But we witnessed the second wave, and it required the resilience to the next level. So because I think the impact of the second wave was even more severe in terms of people getting impacted. So intensity was much higher. So I think, but the industry definitely showed resilience during these times. The operated in new ways of working, new normal. So work from home, which was not possible and not thought of in a lot of manufacturing and large industrial setup, they also basically pivoted it and still bringing on the same efficiency as before without the day-to-day tasks getting impacted. Shop floors were digitalized to a large extent because there were restrictions on the number of people that could be, the labor intensity that can be at particular time. So all of these opportunities are which the organizations have worked on, and there is a lot more to be done, because it's an evolving field, and we have to be abreast with the latest development and latest requirements that are coming through, and learn from the experiences that we had. So I think if there are questions, the panel would be would love to take the questions, and I would hand it over to Namrata and the organizers.
So we have some engaging questions from audience as well. The question is first, how B2B commerce platforms enable the supply chain, including manufacturing, to run better at lower cost?
I think Mohit can add value here.
No, absolutely. Thank you so much for that question, Namrata. Can you give me the name of the person who gave you that question?
Ravi Kumar.
Okay, so Ravi, thank you so much for asking that question. And see, I would not say B2B e-commerce alone, because e-commerce alone is not a solution to anything. We call ourselves a technology-enabled B2B commerce company, not e-commerce company, because supply chains cannot continue to exist only online. They have to come offline also in a digitally enabled way. While Moglix has its own e-commerce serving, and in the industrial space, it is biggest in the country. A lot of our revenues also come through the offline technology enabled way. So where we marry the best practices of the online world and also the offline world. And typically see the best practices of online world, like I mentioned earlier, today you can track when the products are going to come to you on an app. You can order in a way, you can see the product, its images, its specifications, and you can order online, right? So bringing that practice to, a customer right in front. And at the same time, giving him a comfort of a face behind a phone call, right? Today, if I call on a normal e-commerce website, I don't know which call center agent am I talking to. But in a B2B world, I need a face behind the voice, right? I need to know who my key account manager is. Is he coming to my plant? Is he recommending me newer products which can give me way higher throughput in lesser cost? Or is he coming in and trying to bring in efficiency to me? So Moglix gives key account manager support, gives people visiting to our customers. In fact, in some of the cases, our people are actually based out of a manufacturing plants, our customer plants. In certain cases, we are actually operating stores of the manufacturing companies. We are doing the VMI and the JITs for them by sitting inside those manufacturing plants. And essentially marrying the best practices of the online world and offline world together, bringing it to our customers across India. And recently we also opened our office in Dubai. So we are now not just an Indian company, we are also expanded to internationally with our people there. Yeah.
The next question from Atul Kaushik. He's asking, do you think better planning can enable the supply chain for superior delivery?
Anybody who would like to take it?
Yeah, I will take this question. Like initially, I explained that SNOP, IBP processes we have, and that is really helping us, because what used to happen before we implement these processes, there was no clear guideline, or maybe whatever the forecast we used to get it from our sales team, the accuracy is always challenged. There are a number of reasons for that. But when we frequently meet on a weekly basis, we have a review with them, key stakeholder. There is a safety form properly who drives this entire chain through the systems. We get I will say that prediction for the next upcoming week or next fortnight becomes a little bit easier than prediction for the complete month or for the upcoming 3 months. So this kind of, I will say, beforehand information, we are taking it from supply chain, and then immediately we take action on our manufacturing, so that we change our setup quickly for the upcoming demand, and that way we are able to service the elevators within a shortest span of time. Like I said, we are the shortest possible delivery lead time for in the elevator industry. So that is helping us. So frequent, if it is a proper planning is there, then that planning, right, and it start from the sales, then it comes to the supply chain, then manufacturing, and then on the delivery. So if start is correct, if you are correct on our starting, then definitely the upcoming steps becomes a little easy. So answer to your question is yes, better planning always help, and try, if we connect more with the customers, go closer to the customer, we get the right data, and that helps us to do the better planning. Yeah. I hope I could answer the question.
Namrata, any more questions?
Yeah, there are many more questions. So the next question is, what value can B2B sourcing platforms add to the business?
Should I take that
Yeah,
question? Yeah. So I think one major problem, what all procurement guys suffer from, is about discovery, right? They are used to a certain set of suppliers. They're used to a certain set of products which their users would ask for, and essentially their role is rendered to only become a commercial manager, where if a supplier is quoting for 100, because user wants that particular product only, they can essentially try to bring that 100 to 95, and essentially they're left to suppliers whims and fancies. So I think one big problem is around discovery, which these sourcing platforms can give an answer to. So essentially, bringing around products that today you have been consuming, let's say this particular bearing only, but now there are the other bearings present in the market that can essentially give you higher throughput at similar cost, or bring down cost significantly and give you similar throughput. This kind of knowledge flowing proactively to sourcing managers give them a better power to negotiate with the vendors and hence bring down the cost. That is one aspect. Second, I think what a major problem that we figured out when we started our journey back in 2015, that most of the companies suffer from, is that most of the large manufacturing companies in India would not operate out of a single plant, right? They will have multiple plants across India. And a typical problem that they would face is that one plant is buying one product at X rupees, let's say 100 rupees, another plant is buying the same product at 105 rupees, and the third plant is buying a product which is different, but on the same part code at 800 rupees. So essentially, the dynamics would change from 100 rupees to 800 rupees. So not only the data is incorrect, but also the pricing standardization is missing. Now, when these platforms come in place, they can essentially totally iron out these kind of gaps out of the system, make it more compliant, make it more transparent, and obviously supply chain and procurement people are here and so on. So bring down the costs. Yes. Namrata, over to you. Thank you.
Yeah. The next question is, how are you connecting your supply chain to ensure seamless planning?
I think I can take this question. So if you say the connectivity of supply chain, basically, if you see an example would be Amazon, and then I'll take that analogy and take from my industry what we are doing. So you can see how connected the supply chain is. You know that the order is getting shipped, and then you get a kind of a very good estimate of when it will get delivered. And on the day it will get delivered, you will also get a time slot at which it will get delivered to you. And the same way, I think the industry is because Amazon did a B2B, and the industry operates in B2C. So Amazon did a B2C, and industry has basically a lot more scale in terms of. So what industry is doing is, as any shipment is progressing towards the customer side, so they are taking the visibility of that through a GPS, and that tracking is through an SMS shared to the customer. So that customer is also getting a fair visibility, and he is able to locate by the GPS coordinate where the consignment is at any particular stage. Plus also there is an app which basically is used to order, and the same app can be used to track where the order is at any particular time. So I think the same way, so you get a lot more visibility of how your goods are moving when you are ordering, and plus it also gives improvement in turnaround time, because it sets a benchmark of what best turnaround time was achieved for a particular order and a particular customer.
Okay, so the last question from Anuja, she's asking, how are you enhancing the visibility in the supply chain and logistics network?
Pramodji, would you like to take it?
Yeah. So as we mentioned that at any point of time, you need to understand what are your supply chain partner, what systems they are having, and can you connect this system to your system. Probably you are having SAP, or what kind of system you are having. So you need to first of all understand the capability of each of the supply chain partner, what tools they are having, what systems they are using, and can we develop a patch or an interface with our system. So you have to consider a lot of things that about the data accuracy, what kind of patch you will develop, what controls you will put, and whether it is worth to connect it also is very important. Suppose if you are having only a couple of deliveries in a month or a few deliveries, whether it is worth developing that patch, or whether you are having every day, let's say he's giving you as a gist at a time, every day he's giving 3 deliveries, then it becomes a critical. So first it is important to join and whether you want EDI connectivity, or whether he can upload a simple Excel file at specified time in your system, can also be done. And whether you are going to develop it on cloud, or whether you are going to which way, what are the scale and what you are going to get out of that is a very important criteria. Then based on this criteria, you can select a system or the transparency which will add a value to you. It should not happen that you want to have transparency, so you are putting a lot of money, but it is not going to give you a return. So unless you do this feasibility study, I think it is feasibility study is a basic thing to connect with your system. I will mention this.
Yeah, so Pansala, just I will add on this question. So actually, the logistics questions which I think the user has asked, actually, see, this is actually related with your forecasting as well as your logistics planning. Now, how does this happen in the industry is, first you need to know what is that you are going to dispatch. I'm not talking it from the domestic perspective, because from the imports perspective, Sansa have already answered your question. So what happens in the domestic industry is that you need to know what is the min and the max capacity of your transporter. To be honest, so if you have a certain amount of deliveries to be made in a month, and you don't know the capacity because you are having some limited number of LSPs or logistic service providers who are working for you, and you don't have given them the forecast, so they cannot get immediate vehicles, and that's the time when you end up paying more. So along with the forecasting model, you also need to have a min and max associated with your transporters, so that when the time comes, you can onboard other transporters also. So here also the digital platform which we were discussing comes into picture, wherein you can also map this with this platform, wherein whenever you find that your forecast is going to increase and the capacity which you are having is less, then probably you can use those systems and get enhance your capacity. Yeah, that's all from my end. Back to you, Namrata.
That's all. These all were the audience questions. So we do have more questions, but we are running out of the time for award ceremony. So before logging off, I request all the leaders to smile so that we can take a screenshot, smiling screenshot. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Please share the snap.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Amit. Thank you, everybody. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Nice connecting.
Thank you.
Thank you to all the esteemed leaders for making this discussion rich with your thoughts. Now, the most awaited moment of the evening has come to an end, a precious moment to celebrate success and innovation. Inflection Awards are the India's most prestigious awards in supply chain, logistics, technology, and marketing, organized by Alden Global Value Advisors. Today, 150 plus CXOs and 350 plus attendees are watching this live on our website. Let's start the celebration with the first award for Best Supply Chain Team of the Year Confectionery 2021 that goes to Ferrero India. To come and receive the award and speak a few words on this achievement.
Thank you so much for this prestigious award. It really gives a big boost and the motivation for the team. We all know past 1.5 years, the industry has been undergoing a lot of disruption and challenges. And these occasions actually boost the courage and reason to go on for everyone who's working day in, day out. Thank you so much, everyone, for this wonderful appreciation and a token of appreciation and a token of award. Thank you.
Congratulations, Rohit. Next award is for Supply Chain 40 Under 40 2021 that goes to Shonik Goyal from Bajaj Consumer Care. I request Mr. Shonik Goyal to receive the award and speak a few words on this achievement.
Well, it's a very pleasant surprise. Thank you, Namrata. Thank you, Priyanka. Thanks to the jury. I think last year and a half has been typically tough for supply chain fraternity, given the outbreak of COVID all across the country. I think one of the significant things which gave us a lot of success was that our network was up and ready for this kind of a disruption, and we were one of the first companies to resume operations well within April 2020. 80% of the operations were operational, and even during the second wave, which hit us in the month of April 2021, none of the business, none of the dispatches, none of the customer orders, went unfulfilled. Right, so our customer order fulfillment and customer service continued to be in the higher 90s, and that's because our network got upgraded, and that's because we were up and ready for all the challenges. I think this award I would like to dedicate to my mentors. I would also like to dedicate this award to my team. It's not an individual who contributes. It's at the end of the day, it's the entire team who works day in and day out. And it's been a special year for us. And well, while I hope that the country recovers and the COVID pandemic, even the third wave which comes in, if at all it comes in, should pass through without any major damage. And supply chain as a function is coming up leaps and bounces. It's no longer a support function. I think it's pretty much a frontline function today. And let's hope that journey continues. Thank you.
Congratulations, Shonik. Please smile so that we can take a smiling screenshot of yours.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So the next award is for outstanding site supply chain strategy, Pharma 2021, that goes to Piramal Pharma. I request Venkatesh Gitacharya to receive the awards on.
Hi team, thank you very much for nominating this award. It is a teamwork. Actually, I dedicate it to all my mentors as well my team. Hello.
Yeah, you are audible.
Yeah. Hello. Some signal issue.
No, Venkatesh, you are audible and visible both. Okay, coming on to the next award. Next award is for COVID-19
Yeah.
Hero of the
There's a lot of input of these. Hello.
Moving on to the next award, which is for COVID-19 Hero of the Year Procurement Pharma 2021, that goes to Madhu Talla from Ajanta Pharma. Mr. Madhu Talla to receive the award and speak a few words on it. Next award for Digital Excellence Award, ITNS. Here I call Ms. Upasana Grover from Successive Technologies to receive this award.
Hi, everyone. So I'm receiving this award with an immense proud feeling on behalf of Siddharth Pandey, and he's the CEO of a company. And it is, it's always it is a tremendous moment for, achievement for receiving this Digital Excellence Award that is basically adding to the trustworthiness and the prestige of my organization. And it's a true validation of the work that we provide to our clients. So once again, thank you all the jury members for giving us this valuable appreciation to us. Thank you, everyone.
Congratulations, Upasana.
Thank you. Thank you, Namrata.
Upasana, I request you to kindly smile so that we can capture this moment.
Sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next award for Outstanding Machine Learning Solution Supply Chain 2021 goes to Matt Labs. I request Mr. Swapnesh Chakravarti to come and receive this award. Priyanka, can you promote Mr. Swapnesh to panelist? Hello. I request Mr. Swapnesh Chakravarti to come and receive this award.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, Swapnesh.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Alden Global. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers of the Inflection Awards and everybody in the jury as well. We have been doing extremely great work with our clients of late, and this award just confirms our position, what we have been doing. The vision of Mate Labs has been to make a supply chain extremely, easy for people to use and can reduce the effort of human personnel and can add value as well while improving the KPIs. We believe the shift is already there. And we are also encouraged to see a lot of organizations implementing AI. Again, it's a true honor for us to receive this award, and would like to thank you again from the Mate Labs team.
Congratulations, Swapnesh.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Next award for Chocolatier of the Year R&D 2021 goes to Mahendra Mukund Parve from ITC Foods. I request him to come and receive the award and share your thoughts on this achievement.
Sure. Can you change the award is for Amit Arora ACC, which is here. So if you can change that, please. Yes. Thank you, Namrata. Yeah, thank you, Eldon Global. I think it is wonderful to receive this award on behalf of ITC Foods, and I'm so delighted, and you all will also be delighted to know that Febel is a chocolate brand for ITC, and we had created a record, a Guinness Book of World Record for the most expensive chocolate in the world. And you all will be proud to know that it is from India and from ITC. And we have created unparalleled product throughout, in Febel journey. We have more number of bars unique than anybody else in India for sure. And globally, we have a specialized product. We were first to launch Ruby chocolates in India, which is 4 type of chocolate. We have a visible inclusion bar, which has every dome has different inclusions. We are the only ones in the world to create that. We are the only ones to have, earth positive chocolate launch last year as part of Febel Latte. And people were not able to go out, globally. So what we did was we brought global desserts, dessert collection form, continents dessert collection in India. And launched that last year as well. We did, phenomenal innovations to get, Indians to experience chocolate without going abroad. So now no Indian has to wait for somebody to go abroad and get good chocolates. Febel is there for you. And this is all hard work of all, marketing operations, my team. And, I thank everyone and thank you all for joining in celebrating the success for this. Thank you all.
Congratulations, Mahendra.
Thank you.
Next award for Innovative Supply Chain Leader of the Year, Manufacturing 2021 goes to Subrat Kumar Sahu from JSW team. I request Mr. Subrat.
Good evening, everybody.
What?
Yeah, good evening, everybody. I thank you for giving me this award, and I will dedicate this award to my parent company, JSW Steel Limited, who has been trusting me to carry out the roles and responsibilities for the total group in logistics, shipping, marketing, particularly for the iron ore, which is a major commodity for steel making. So thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Subrat, I request you to smile so that we can take a screenshot of
And
it.
you have to change the award. I think it is for some other company you have put it. Yeah, you have to change the award to JSW. This award photo is you have put some other companies. Hello. Can you change the award?
JSW actually. We can see JSW Subrat Kumar Sahu. We can see that.
Yeah, yeah. It's there. Yeah.
Maybe some
Thank
technical
you.
side.
Yeah, no, it was hold on, I think. Yeah,
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Subrat.
Yeah, welcome. So, looking forward this type of many more webinars in future from your side.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Next award for Manufacturing 40 under 40 2021 goes to Amit Arora from ACC Limited. I request Mr. Amit to come and receive this award.
Thank you, organizers. I think it's a wonderful appreciation, and it will motivate to keep doing good work. And I think in past 40 years of journey, it has been really great. And I think we'll strive for many more great things. And particularly, I think one initiative that I shared was basically on the Industry 4.0. So we have done a lot of initiatives optimizing and bringing in digitalization into the basically hardcore hardware of any industry. So which is giving us visibility of to any factory plant manager to operate the plants sitting at home. So I think it's a wonderful initiative. I thank all the mentors and the team members in my organization to basically enable this transformation, and we look forward to do good work even in future.
Congratulations, Amit. I request you to smile so that we can take a smiling screenshot of yours. Thank you. Last award for the day for Customer Service Excellence, ITNS MSME 2021, that goes to Caliper Business Solutions. I request Mr. Siddharaju to come and receive the award.
Hi, Namrata. Thank you so much. Thank you, juries, for recognizing us. On behalf of Caliper Business Solution and the great team which I'm leading, I gladly accept this award. And you might be wondering what we guys are doing. So especially, we are into a supply chain logistics network digitization platform, and then wherein we are working with almost 10 different industry segments in India, working with 30 plus corporates who's in India. And it's an immense pleasure for us, entire Caliperians, what we have done so far, serving our clients in their digitization journey, especially when it comes to supply chain and logistics aspects. And I request you to just visit our website, caliperbusiness.com, and you will be knowing what else we are doing apart from logistics digitization. Once again, thank you, Amrita. Thank you, juries, for recognizing us. So thank you so much.
Congrats, Raju. I request you to smile so that we can take your screenshot.
Yeah, please.
Thank you. Thank you, top leaders and delegates, for sharing your contribution and making this rich discussion. Hope you all will be able to carry the thoughts of the day to build a robust roadmap and strategies. Thank you, 150 plus top leaders and 50 plus delegates, for sharing our contribution and making this rich discussion. Hope you all will be able to carry the thoughts of the day to build a robust roadmap and strategies. Thanks to our title sponsor, Arkiva, Gold sponsor, MATLabs, panel sponsors, Arc India Supply Chains, and Moglix. See you in our next Retail Supply Chain Web Conference and Awards on 19th of August 2021. Thanks to the leaders and attendees for your valuable time during the day. Thank you all. Have a great evening.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Namrata.
Thanks, Namrata. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.